Hello, my darling, dearest readers. Today, I forgot to turn on my Vibrager. Good evening, everybody. It is SCP Sunday. I am Grimoire Index, and today we are going to be reading SCP 8980, and yeah. And the subsequent one that comes after this one. Are you all doing okay? Welcome in. It is so nice to have you all with me today. Let me go ahead and resolve something. It has been a week. Have you all been good? Is my fan too loud? You can be honest and tell me, right? Hopefully my fan's not too loud. It is just very hot in my room. Very hot in the library, and as you can surmise... Let me turn this down a bit. As you can surmise, it is very hard to run AC in a endless library. Only the non-staff areas and certain cubicles have AC. My desk and rather my streaming area desk does not have an AC. So, yay! Are you doing well, everyone? Come on. Tell me, have you been reading anything? I have recently started this antebellum... No, not antebellum. It's more like, pre-witch trial, novel, and it was very weird to read. It felt like the reader was in a cult. I'm really liking it so far, and I will let you know more about it after I get further into the book. As far as... Oh, what is planned for tonight? We are going to be reading this SCP here, and, yeah. I am going to wait a little bit because I have been told that me immediately rushing forward into the SCP is not great, so I'll be waiting for a couple of you. But are you excited for SCPs today? I recently had to explain to someone what an SCP was, and I tried to use the old Warehouse 13, but a government body in a way, and they were like, "What's Warehouse 13?" And I went, the show on Sci-Fi. And they said, "What the hell is a sci-fi?" And I just kind of went, I just froze. Because, what was I supposed to... So I asked them, I was like, did you watch any, sci-fi? Farscape? Firefly? They're like, "I don't know what that is." I was like, "Oh, I see." And I just kind of nodded. But, I did get to introduce them to Farscape. which is my favorite show, by the way. Farscape was my favorite. Everyone like has one that they like. Sometimes people like all of them. I liked Farscape. I really liked Farscape. I loved the ship lady. She was my favorite. The ship lady was my favorite. I also liked Stargate. Stargate was good. With Teal'c. I love that one. I was not much of a Trekkie. I did like the series, but I am not much of a Trekkie. Like, I could vaguely tell you what happens, but I don't remember much of it. Hi, Grim. Hi! Welcome in. Today, we are reading some SCPs. It's Sunday. Are you comfortable? Get comfy. Yeah, but... Oof. Your Grim's getting old. Brown coat till I die. Oh my goodness. Look. When I was growing up, there were certain, like, fandoms that I never really got into, and now I'm like, I kind of wish I got into it a little bit. Like, I know One Piece is really, really popular. Yeah, I never got into that one, and now I'm kind of afraid to, because it's still going onwards. It is still going onwards that my younger sibling, is now, like, my younger sibling absolutely adores One Piece. It is officially a legacy now. You won't have endless episodes issues with Firefly. Ah, dang. Yeah, Firefly's gone. There might be an animated series soon. What? Crazy. I remember watching Firefly, or at least watching an episode or two with you, and that was cool. Like, I had fun. At least for one I can remember of it, I had fun. And that one guy, the Nathan Fillion guy, he was cute. He was cute. I know he's having the old biddies go crazy right now. All us old biddies love that man. Oh my goodness. Speaking of fan things, hey, it's me. Hi, welcome in. Hi, YouTube. Are you comfy over there? I can actually read your chat this time, and it's not, weird, whatever. My account has been hacked. Can you send a link to your channel? You're on it right now. The cat. I mean, you're on it. You're on my channel right now. Surprise! I can't log in, so I made a new one. Okay, well, I mean, welcome back. Hopefully you can recover your account very soon. Yeah, send me the link. Send me the link. not really sure what you mean, as my link is usually in the description. You could find it there. It's not like I not to be rude or anything, but you can usually find my links and stuff in the description of the video, and stuff like that. If you like really need it immediately, because I don't want to take away from everybody else. But besides the point. Anyway, today is very warm. It is very hot. What was I saying? Ah, that's right. It won't let me. It says expired. I need it. Expired for what? Expired. Can we have one of the mods go check in on what he wants, please? If you don't mind. Could you please? Mommy Cyberpunk. What is happening? Don't make me say such things. Anyway, blah blah blah. As I was saying, the Easter preparations for Patreon, are you threatening me? Was that a threat? That's what I thought. Anyway, as I was saying, the Easter Patreon illustration is going well. I am planning on creating a live 2D illustration for you guys, and possibly an audio. I am still working it out, and it will be it'll be possibly towards the middle of April. There's something big coming out in May, and hopefully I can start making more Patreon style content for you guys in the greetings YouTube, you will never escape my grasp. Welcome. You guys will get more Patreon. You guys will get more Patreon style content in the future that is a little bit more Fox Paw. It's a little not Fox Paw. That's a little bit more of what's the word? Is the one in the description expired? Can you check it? Also, which account is your? You know what? We'll deal with it later. We'll deal with it later. Yeah, it says invalid. Get him an invite. But yeah, it'll be more standard Patreon content. I'll be able to record more for you guys, and you'll get more audio style content because I won't have to worry about a simple problem. It may be a little bit more safe for work at first, as I get used to it, but over time it will get more raunchy, if you please. Yes, but I think in a little bit we'll start. In a little bit. Let's talk some more. I recently started trying this. I recently started trying this tea blend. It is rosehip and mint and ginger. And I've been trying it every morning for the past week, and it has been so pleasant and nice. It feels like a hug. It feels so austere. I just sit back in my chair and I'm like, I'm so fancy. I love it so much. Hello, welcome back. Did everything get resolved? Are they safe and comfy in the Discord? Can we, I guess we can discuss this afterwards. Either way, I will, lock down their, account. I will maybe lock down the Discord after this to make sure, no one else gets infected. But that does not matter, because tonight we're going to be reading some SCPs. Today we are going to be reading SCP 8980. We're spreading infections now? Yeah, of course. Ghost in the someone was having a little bit of, one of the readers was having a little bit of trouble getting into the Discord. Speaking of getting into the Discord, I need to adjust. I think I need to change the Discord link. Oh, thank you. What was that? Oh, someone joined the library. Welcome in. Welcome in. By the way, readers, now this story is very sad, okay? I've heard that the story is sad. So if you're not having a bad day, then you may want to check out of this one. Or if you aren't feeling quite up to it, that's okay. I will let you know to come back for the next one. Or rather, the latter article, which is a little bit happier, I'm assuming. Ethics community case file. Oh, I forgot to turn on my noises. Give me a second. Ethics community case file. Clearance EC+ only. Status ongoing. Priority medium. The following file is undergoing active ethics committee investigation for violation of the SCP Foundation's Code of Conduct. Information contained therein may not accurately reflect reality, and this document should not be considered a reliable source. Proceed. Ethics Community Memorandum. This document has been annotated by a qualified panel of Ethics Community Review Specialists, or ECRSAs, for inaccuracy or misleading information. No. Flagged content is classified into 3 categories. Red highlight information. Information that should not have been included. Yellow highlight information. Information that is inaccurate or misleading. Green highlighted information. Information that should not have been included but was missing. Additional contextual information may be highlighted in blue. Hover or focus over a particular element to see corresponding review comments. Loading document. SCP-8980. Item number SCP-8980. Object Class Euclid. First Class Warning. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-8980 is contained within a standard human containment chamber in Site-17, using standardized electronic security measures. It is to be fed on a tri-daily basis with a Class B2 diet. Good morning. Good morning. SCP-8980 is allowed to engage in social activities during designated periods, though extended contact must be overseen by a qualified member of containment staff. SCP-8980 is not to come in contact with electronic equipment. Usage of electronic equipment, such as cell phones, televisions, or computers, must be approved by head researcher Christopher Bryans. Communication over electronic messaging systems in SCP-8980's immediate vicinity should be consistently monitored for corruption or degradation if it occurs. As a former member of Foundation staff, SCP-8980 is to be returned to its position and former duties upon the cessation of anomalous properties. To this end, SCP-8980 is to undergo yearly routine testing to ensure it is still anomalous. Description: SCP-8980 is Lillian Marley, a 28-year-old Caucasian human female, born in San Francisco, California, USA. SCP-8980 stands at 160 centimeters in height and possesses dark hair and brown eyes. It has displayed no abnormal Hume, Eve, or Activa radiation readings since containment. SCP-8980's anomalous capabilities activate when utilizing electronic software. Whenever SCP-8980 produces, edits, deletes, or otherwise interacts, even indirectly, with digital information, the information is modified in some manner that negatively affects SCP-8980, whether socially, financially, psychologically, etc. Past examples of this include critical files deleting themselves randomly from the devices of SCP-8980, changing words in files to similar inappropriate words, i.e., I like you, to I lick you. Hey chat, do you want me to lick you? do you want me to? I can do that. I'm kidding. Oh, I'm just trying to make fun because I know this one is hard. Electronic communication set to incorrect addresses often resulted in data breaches or confusion. Important programs initiated by SCP-8980 engaging in undefined behavior, even if impossible, i.e. throwing segmentation faults despite being memory safe. No licking while we're reading about institutional abuse. But hold on. Electronic payments intended for SCP-8980 being routed to incorrect recipients or failing to send under automated systems. Electronic devices randomly shutting down in close proximity to SCP-8980, especially when owned by other individuals. The exact source of SCP-8980's anomaly is unclear and is subject to ongoing research. Discovery. SCP-8980 first became anomalous in February of 2005 during a routine team meeting. Researcher Marley attempted to display a graph demonstrating a comparison between two algorithms. However, instead, the projector began to display highly explicit content. This resulted in Human Resources penalizing researcher Marley by requiring an audit of her personal devices bi-weekly and reducing her pay, despite protests that her device never had contained such material and that it was not due to any fault of her own. Over the coming weeks, researcher Lillian began to report significant issues with her devices and assigned SCP-Net account. Provided examples include random deletions of files, modifications of interpersonal communication in a way that negatively affected her, which had, in one instance, resulted in additional penalization, random shutdowns of nearby electronics owned by her coworkers, replacement of her devices. Welcome in. Recreations of her accounts and even temporary relocation and isolation of her physical self failed to prevent these anomalies from occurring. After deliberation, it was determined that the best course of action was to classify researcher Marley as an anomaly, citing concerns over property damage and potential loss of life. Marley hesitantly agreed to undergo temporary containment until anomalous properties ceased. Addendum 1. Additional interviews. Following containment, head researcher Christopher Brines conducted a series of initial interviews to understand the scope and severity of SCP-8980's anomalous properties. These interviews are recorded in full below. March 10th, 2005. Head researcher Christopher Brines. Interviewee SCP-8980. Subject initial post-containment interview. Begin log. Dr. Brines and SCP-8980 are both seated in 8980's containment cell, a decently furnished standard humanoid containment unit, with a folding table between them. A number of SCP-8980's personal belongings are present in the room, including several books and an aging stuffed animal. Dr. Brines adjusted in his chair and straightens his tie before speaking. I apologize for these, unfortunate circumstances, Lillian. You're not following the standard procedure. In formal interviews, especially the ones that go in the files, you call me SCP-8980. I'd like to keep this professional. Dr. Brines clears his throat. Yes, of course. I apologize for these unfortunate circumstances, SCP-8980. I understand that you are forced to undergo these inane procedures. Must be quite troublesome for someone such as you. SCP-8980 shrugs. It's fine. I'm hoping we'll get this resolved within a week or two. I need to get working on the manifold manifold problem again. We can only hope this will go by quickly. Dr. Brines straightened several papers he is holding. Alright then. Let's start with the basics. What's your name, age, and occupation? Researcher Lillian Marley, 28 years old. Level 3 containment specialist at Site 17. She pauses. I appreciate your formality this time. Dr. Brines sighs. Alright, well. Next, please describe the circumstances in which you discovered your anomalous properties. Momentary silence elapses. Is that necessary? You could just put all the details on the file directly. Dr. Brines smirks. What happened to the format? SCP-8980 exhales and shakes his head. Fine. I was in the middle of a presentation for my heuristic for calculating Ackermann function values for m over 50, when the projector suddenly started to display sexually explicit material in front of the staff present, none of which was actually on my hard drive, I should add. Also, it looks like ads are getting ready to start, so I am going to take a brief second and welcome you all in. Hi, welcome in. Oh, that emote is so cute. I love it. Did you make that, or did someone make it for you? It's so cute. Tohyuu. My wife made it for me! W-wife. Along with my other emotes and badges. Let's go. That's the good stuff. See, I don't have a wife. I have to make all my stuff by myself. Big W wife, I love her so much. Oh, that's so sweet. Instead, I have an amazing crow, who I think very dearly of. Anyway, ads are getting ready to start, and you'll get one of your preferred gender someday. I hope my crow stays with me forever. Yeah, ads are getting ready to start. If you want to dodge the ad check, consider becoming a reader. Not becoming a reader. Consider becoming a ghoul, ghast, or ghost. So this way you can dodge the ad check. You also get access to a special role in my Discord, and you get to see behind the scenes. You get to see behind the curtain just a little bit, and you get to know about events happening before they happen. Like the thing I have for the 5th of May. Just saying, you get to know before anyone else. And, you know, you also get to see all of the fun art stuff that I get to do. I'm rambling. How are you all? I hope you all are doing well. I don't want to read while the ad break is going, so I'm just going to yap at you for a little bit. I've been actually looking forward to finding a new visual novel to read. I've been really craving one. I want to finish Steins Gate Zero because I haven't finished it yet, but I feel that it's going to take a lot out of me to finish that one. I want another Otome to read. I started playing Morimans. It's like Lovecraftian anime, Slay the Spire. I'll lurk while ads are up. Hope SCP has been going well. It's been going great. I love SCPs. You know me, I can't, The library cannot fault a good story, if you would. It is always hungry for knowledge, like Crowford always says. Hungry for knowledge. I wonder how he gets his voice so nasally. Oh, speaking of Crowford, right? The other day ago, I caught him collecting sticks. Now, I don't know what he's doing that for. I know that it is a normal crow behavior or bird behavior to collect sticks, but this is Crowford we're talking about. I think he might be trying to start a fire or something. He might be trying to build one of those Wickerman machines and, like, stick humans in them again. Do you remember last time he did that? Are any of the crows present? Do you remember the last time he built a giant effigy and started throwing humans in the effigy? And we had to essentially clear the lobby floor for several weeks? Do you all remember that? Not the gasp. You were there for it. I swear. Ugh, there was so much straw everywhere. And the viscera. It smelled like burnt pork for like weeks in the lobby. Ugh. Ugh, not a good time. Just not a good time. So I need you all to keep an eye on Crowford and make sure whatever his stones and sticks and whatever pile doesn't get too high. Welcome back, everyone. It seems we are getting right back to it. Dr. Brines. I see. And normally that would be classified as an anomalous event, but presumably further incidents occurred. SCP-8980 lightly scowls. You're my boss, Mr. Brines. You already know the rest of the story. But for the record, please. SCP-8980 sighs. All right. I began to experience repeated instances of malfunctions in software I was nearby, including important files getting deleted, emails being sent to the wrong addresses, and my coworkers' computers shutting down randomly. Is that enough for the interview? Yes. That should be sufficient. Thank you. Of course. She pauses. Have you determined its grade yet? Not precisely. We're running some human tests at the moment, and if those turn up null, we'll try looking at the Ellen Vital Energy. SCP-8980 lightly scoffs. Huh. Like those tests ever work. Well, I'm not anything if not thorough. Isn't that what you always used to tell me? SCP leans back and tilts its head upwards. I suppose I did. All right. Do whatever tests you need to do. Just try to get them done quickly as possible. I've only spent an hour in here and I'm already antsy. Dr. Brines smiles sympathetically, then stretches, letting out an audible yawn. Oh! Well, you already know standard protocol forbids us from giving you a PC. But I suppose I could arrange for some light reading to be brought in the meantime. We'll just scrap it from the lounge or something, so no guarantees it's anything interesting. SCP-8980 smiles curtly. Thank you. That would at least be appreciated. Of course. Anything else in the procedure before I end this interview? That should be all. Wonderful. I'll see you again when we finish testing. Dr. Bryans and SCP-8980 shake hands before Dr. Bryans terminates the recording. End log. Afterward, SCP-8980 is cooperative in its containment. I provided it with basic reading materials for the coming days of testing, mainly light fiction novels and magazines from the employee lounge. SCP-8980's anomalous properties testing will proceed by using blood samples and physical examination. Dr. Bryans. Addendum 2. Test results. During the following week, several tests were carried out by SCP-8980 by containment staff. Primary test results are recorded below. Type: Hume. Results: baseline. Rules out possibility of standard reality manipulation. Type: Eve. Baseline. Rules out possibility of standard thaumaturgical activity. Cooley. Unextracted. Rules out possibility of standard reality abstraction. Ectotropic. Localize. Rules out possibility of standard interdimensionality. IACOS, or ACERS. I think ACERS is better. Insufficient data. More experimentation is required to draw concrete conclusions. As no tests yielded positive results, SCP-8980's containment team formulated a new plan of action to research the anomaly. Date: March 16, 2005. Interviewer: Head Researcher Christopher Bryans. Interviewee: SCP-8980. Subject: Anomalous testing results and future plan of action. Begin log. The interview is conducted in a standard interviewing chamber. SCP-8980 is seated, though visually agitated. It repeatedly taps its legs and puffs for an extended period of time. After a few moments, Dr. Bryans enters the room, prompting SCP-8980 to look at him. You're pretty late. I know, I'm sorry. I got caught up in traffic today. It's 10:13 a.m. You got to the site 2 hours ago. I know your schedule. We've worked together for 2 years now. The traffic delayed my work. You know I have a lot of responsibilities as researcher head of Section 3. Sure. Silence. So, you're impatient today. Agitated. Look, Bryans, I've been stuck in a cell for these past few weeks getting my blood drawn and being put through the ringer with all these tests. I hope, at the very least, you'd give me the luxury of being on time. Dr. Bryans shakes his head. Jesus, you can be a real ball buster sometimes, Lily. SCP-8980 massages its temples. Just spare me this time? What's the outlook? Dr. Bryans places his briefcase on the table and fetches a few documents from the top before placing the briefcase on the floor once more. He bites his lip in hesitation. Dr. Bryans. Well, unfortunately, it does seem like that all the standardized tests came back null, indicating your anomaly isn't pseudo-explainable. Silence. Okay, I figured as much. Dr. Bryans pulls out and slides another document towards SCP-8980. It picks it up and begins to read, while Dr. Bryans continues speaking. We haven't been able to figure out any concrete rules yet. but we can at least determine the anomaly isn't inexplicable. Yeah, I can definitely see some correlations with the data here, but nothing that can allow us to predict any particular... Dr. Bryans waits momentarily, while SCP-8980 squints at the paper. Dr. Bryans, we've been able to establish one likely, though, through line through all the past incidents, though. SCP-8980 stops reading and looks up, concern on its face. Which is... Dr. Bryans clears his throat. Well, it seems like the anomaly is trying to humiliate you. Silence. What? Here, look. Dr. Bryans slides a third document to SCP-8980, who immediately begins to read fervently. Every instance of 8980 changing text has been to your social detriment. Every document has been deleted, has been what you absolutely needed for work, and every email that has been sent to the wrong address has caused some breach of sensitive information, calling to question your cognitive stability, and every device that is shut down was in the middle of a critical operation while you were nearby. SCP-8980 looks up at Dr. Bryans. What? What do you think it's... Are you religious, by any chance? SCP-8980 pauses, taken aback, and contemplates the question momentarily. It shakes its head. No. I was born to Catholic parents, but I haven't been religious since I was 15. Then our first subject is targeted divine punishment from an Activa-based entity, or an exophysical attachment of some kind. I can get the relevant departments to run some tests on our behalf. Thankfully, physics is centralized in 17, so they can get back to us quicker. SCP-8980 glances down at the paper it's holding. Thanks. I appreciate it. SCP-8980 pauses. Looking at the results, I assume you want more data points out of me? Dr. Bryans smiles and folds his hands together. You've always had a pretty good head on your shoulders, SCP-8980. Yes, we want to be absolutely sure there's no underlying pattern by conducting a few experiments with you. If it's any consolation, I'll give you something to do while we figure out this whole situation. That will add at least another 2 weeks onto my containment. That's ridiculous. I can't do that. Dr. Bryans sighs softly. I don't think there's much of a choice, sadly. We can't have you inadvertently ruining critical software in the site, especially with some of the nightmares we lock up here. You're just gonna have to put up with it for a while. If it helps, we've already resigned the Manifold Project to Morgan, who should be able to handle it. Just consider this, extended vacation, alright? SCP-8980 sighs loudly. Ugh! Alright. Fine. Whatever. But you better make sure he credits me for the parts I already did. Of course I will. Silence. So, should we proceed with the second phase of testing? I'm not sure there's much of a choice here. Great. I always appreciate it when a meeting goes smoothly. I'll be sure to get your testing set up by tomorrow. Is that all for today? Yes. All right. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. on next time. On time. Next time. End log. Afterwards, I'll be reaching out to various other departments while we get some experimentation set up. We'll need to try approaching the anomaly from unique vectors to get some data points. So I'll try to allocate some funding for this project. Hopefully more data will give us more correlations. Dr. Bryans. Addendum 3. Experimentation log and secondary results. The following is the brief list of SCP-8980's experimentation logs conducted over a period of 4 days. ID 8980-A-1. Duration 2 hours. Experiment. Control case. SCP-8980 was given a standard Dell brand laptop with Windows 95 installed as its operating system. The laptop was not capable of connecting to SCP-Net or the Internet. Noted effects. Very little occurred initially. However, when attempting to play Minesweeper, after an hour, SCP-8980 consistently triggered a bomb on the first guess over 58 games in a row, resulting in it angrily closing its device. Comments. It is possible that the phenomenon may be placing SCP-8980 into situations that will cause it to react with frustration, anger, or embarrassing itself. SCP-8980's hot-headed personality probably exemplifies this. A good avenue for future experimentation. Dr. Bryans. Also, as an aside, anyone else want to just punch this guy in the face? I'm gonna hold my comments for later. ID 8980-A2. Duration 3.5 hours. Experiment. SCP-8980 was provided a Dell brand laptop running Netlog, a read-only SCP-Net permissions. SCP-8980 was instructed to solve 100 geometry map problems on the device. Certain modifications were made to the software to obfuscate and frustrate SCP-8980 in order to test whether the frustration would prevent SCP-8980's anomaly from activating. Noted effects. SCP-8980 initially reported mixed successes, though frequently bumped into software obfuscation that frustrated her endeavors. Researchers noted that values in the software had begun to change slightly, while SCP-8980 solved them, resulting in consistently incorrect results. These were not part of the programmed obfuscation tactics. Test was aborted after SCP-8980 refused to continue, citing a migraine. Comments. SCP-8980's anomalous properties activated quite insidiously here. It took us nearly 20 minutes before we even noticed the values changing. It seems the anomaly is not content with allowing situations to play out naturally. It could be affecting things on a much more minute scale than we thought. We have to pay closer attention. Dr. Bryans. SCP-89 ID 8980-A4. Duration 45 minutes. Experiment. SCP-8980 was provided with its work computer, modified to be SCP-Net read-only. SCP-8980 was allowed to use the device for up for an hour in private in order to test whether its effects activated without outside observers. Noted effects. SCP-8980 aborted the test 25 minutes into the experiment unexpectedly, showing distress. SCP-8980 did not yield to questioning on the nature of this event. and requested that the experiment not be conducted again. Even though we are not aware of the specifics of what occurred during this experiment, it is still apparent that the anomaly activated in isolation with SCP-8980. The next line of inquiry should be to see whether or not SCP-8980's anomaly activates with other electronic devices besides personal computers, AE PCs. Dr. Steele. ID 8980A5. Duration 7.5 hours. Experiment. SCP-8980 was brought to a temporary testing facility. Sorry guys, I have like something in my eye. SCP-8980 was brought to a temporary testing chamber with essential commodities and was provided with a 27 LED television screen connected to cable. SCP-8980 was permitted to watch any television channel it wished. Noted effects. SCP-8980 watched various educational documentaries through the test, interspersed by attending researcher entering the room to check on the experiment status. After 7.5 hours, approaching the 8-hour mark, 8-hour allotted duration of the experiment, the television suddenly switched to playing The Wiggle Show, a children's program, a moment before an attending researcher enters the room. The device would not respond to external input until SCP-8980 was removed from the premises. Comments. It does appear that SCP-8980's anomaly has some sort of foresight or intelligence behind it, though we haven't been able to figure out who or what that is. Simultaneously, several more tests were run on organic samples of SCP-8980, the following of which are recorded below. These are annotations. Erroneous assumption. There are numerous reasons for why an anomaly may display rationalist behaviors similar to a sapience without being sentient. As a containment specialist, Dr. Brines should have been aware of this. I feel like he's a weirdo. I'm just saying. Simultaneously, several more tests were run on organic samples of SCP-8980, the following of which are recorded below. Activica. Rules out baseline or atheist. Rules out possibility of divine punishment. Exophysical. Unbound. Rules out possibility of exophysical embodiment. Temporal. Oh wow, the annotations are super important for this one, for sure. Okay, I will definitely go back and we will go through the annotations before we go through this one. So don't worry. Icers. No matches. Rules out possibility of causation by known anomaly. Antimemetic. Unlikely. While it cannot be ruled out, no major indication of antimemetic activity has been noted. Digital. Unlikely. While similarly it cannot be ruled out, both the IT and the IAD could not locate any malware or similar software that could be causing SCP-8980 on the SCP-Net. After compiling existing evidence, a third interview was conducted with SCP-8980 roughly 3 weeks after initial containment. Begin log. Interview is conducted in SCP-8980's containment cell. SCP-8980 is holding its hands in its lap motionless behind a folding table, waiting for Dr. Bryans to arrive. He opens the door and enters the room at 10:16 a.m. Reviewer annotation. Missing context. As Dr. Bryant's lateness was seen as a point of contention in the prior log, the fact that SCP-8980 did not comment on it is worth noticing. Good morning. Morning. Dr. Bryant seats himself across from SCP-8980. I'm afraid I don't have the best of news. SCP-8980 does not say anything, though its posture stiffens. Dr. Bryant slides a document towards SCP-8980, who picks it up and begins scanning through it. Pretty much every major test has returned a negative or an unlikely result. We've reached out to pretty much every department in the Foundation and we've got nothing. In essence, it seems like you're a unique, pattern-based anomaly. SCP-8980 drops the document in defeat. It begins to take several deep breaths. Self-explanatory. Oh, fuck. Language. SCP-8980 slams one of its fists into the table, startling Dr. Bryant. God damn it! Calm down. How in the world am I supposed to be calm about this? Dr. Bryant sighs in annoyance. He pinches the crease in his forehead. Lillian, you are acting irrational again. Yes. Check the highlighted text. I did. Did I not? I did. Oh, that's it. Naughty. That's it. How dare you? How dare you? Don't do that again. Alright. Getting back into scene. Lillian, you are acting irrational again. This isn't the end of the world or anything. Like hell it is! Like hell it isn't! Do you know what this means? You'll just need to keep testing for a few more months so we can learn to mitigate your anomalous effects. That's it. That's it. SCP-8980 scoffs. So what? Am I just supposed to rot away in this chamber all day while I wait for my co-workers to finish poking and prodding me with sticks? Look, I'm sure we can arrange some form of entertainment for you in the interim. I don't want entertainment. All I want is to work on my project and actually do something for the world and not watch the fucking Wiggles all day. Dr. Bryan sighs in frustration. I figured this would be hard to break to you. Alright. Well, right now, the best thing you can do is for us to remain in containment and to help us study. Once everything's all done and settled down, and we figured out what's wrong with you, we'll let you come back out and you can help us with your projects or studies or algorithms or whatever. Alright? It's not alright. And I never said I wanted to help you. Dr. Brines flinches and blush. It's not like you've been helping me all that much anyways. SCP-8980 scoffs again, but doesn't immediately reply. Silence elapses for 10 seconds. Neither make eye contact. All right, 1 month. After that, I revoke my consent to containment. You can't revoke your consent to containment. I know my rights, Bryant. SCP-8980 doesn't. Missing descriptor. Due to the contrast between Dr. Bryan's reaction and SCP-8980's, it is noteworthy to include a lack of social replication on SCP-8980's part. Okay, got it. 1 month. We'll try to have it sorted by then. SCP-8980 sighs, then leans back in its chair. Is that everything then? Yes. Thank God. Thank God indeed. Dr. Bryan gets up and reaches out to shake SCP-8980's hand. SCP-8980 at first glances between his face and his hand, before eventually choosing to accept the handshake. Brines leaves the chamber. End log. Oh, it looks like, we have ads. Yeah. This dude is gaslighting her. There ain't no way. There is no way. She is being gaslit. There has to be, like, it's crazy. There has to be something he is doing. Like, either the whole department is gaslighting her, or it's just him. And I hate him. I hate him a lot. I really hate this guy. This is crazy. Like, I'm surprised nobody has stepped in. Nobody has said anything for her. Like, she doesn't have any friends. Nobody has advocated for her. This is crazy. Also, if you wish to dodge the ad track, consider becoming a Twitch Prime member or, using your Twitch Turbo. Using your Twitch Turbo. If you do not wish to do either, that is completely fine. I will see you after the ads. Do not worry. I do not read while the ads are going on. Oh, man. This guy is evil, and I hate him. I really hate him. Like, how was he even doing all of this to her? Like, it seems like, is he the anomalous one? And, like, he's doing all this stuff to, like, embarrass her? He's evil. I hate him. Why isn't anyone standing up for her? Why isn't... She don't have any friends? Come on, man. I hope he gets dumped in a vat somewhere. This is evil. Evil stuff. Bad. I hate him. Like, he genuinely sucks. He sucks more than Shapes the Clown. And Shapes the Clown is a dick. I hope you all are enjoying the story and enjoying my wooden acting. I really do enjoy SCPs. I think they're so fun. They're like little stories that we can just pick up and pluck and just, I don't know, just have a little bite. And when you bite into it, you get the luscious juice of a good story. Needless to say, I want this dude's head on a pike. I want his family line ruined. I want his crops to fail. We need the guillotine. I hope you all are enjoying the story so far. What are your thoughts? I mean, aside from the guy being absolute buns, I don't really like him. He's crazy. I feel really bad for Lillian, and I hope she gets out. I really hope she can escape or something. Like, nobody's looking at this stuff. Nobody's saying anything. I mean, to be fair, like the O5 Council and all the other like people in the SCP community may not even, like, they may just go, you know, this may be a thing or whatever, but like it feels so, it's so strange. Like, why? Like, you tried all that you could. Let her go. I feel like there should be like some heavy reprimandation for this guy too. They should. I almost said something very. I almost said something very mean. But no. But yeah. I think flaying him alive is probably the least of his concerns, honestly. I think we should do something a lot worse. I feel like he should have to watch Tohyuu on repeat. We should remove his eyelids so he can watch Tohyuu on repeat. And he can't not fall asleep. Man, I hate Tohyuu. Tohyuu was such a terrible show. Like, what even was the point of that show? That kid was evil. He was so mean. Welcome back. I mean, at least the Wiggles had some bops in there. Like, at least the Wiggles has some cute bops. Like, you know, with the fruit salad, yummy, yummy, you know, but I feel really bad for Lillian. This is the worst. Alright. Back to it. End log. Afterward, telling SCP-8980 the bad news on how containment as an anomaly works will certainly be awkward. So if we could find a way to at least mitigate SCP-8980's effects in the next month, that will be preferable. We need to borrow a few members of our other division teams to help expedite some of these tests. But what shouldn't we do for one of our own? Dr. Bryans. Addendum 4. Secondary experimentation log. In order to best reintegrate SCP-8980 into SCP Foundation employment structure, various tests were conducted to determine how best to accommodate its anomalous properties in the workplace. ID 8980B2. Duration 2 hours. Experiment. SCP-8980 was driven to a remote location with no connection to the electrical grid or internet. SCP-8980 was provided with a fully charged brand new laptop running Windows 95 with no prior interaction with other electronic equipment post-malfunctioning. Noted effects. SCP-8980 experienced difficulty setting up the operating system, including high input latency, incorrect options being selected, such as language, and the device randomly restarting. While SCP-8980 was able to eventually set up the device, it was cited as being uncomfortable and requested to conclude the experiment. Comments. This does confirm that SCP-8980 is the source of the anomaly, as opposed to being just its subject. Isolation isn't able to further prevent its effects, though it isolates any corruption to the device itself. Dr. Grimes. ID 8980B4. Duration 45 minutes. Experiment. SCP-8980 used a Foundation Standard desktop with a Class II Faraday room. Reviewer annotation. This is a room lined with a Faraday cage. This is a device designed to prevent electromagnetic radiation from interfering with external electronics. The exact definition is not necessary for this review. However, it is unclear why Dr. Grimes included this in the experiment in the log, as there was no reason to suspect that this would have any effect, and the experiment returned null results. Noted effects. SCP-8980 experienced anomalous effects in line with previous observations. Comments. This certainly rules out the possibility of electromagnetic interference, or something of the sort. Reviewer annotation. Vague vernacular, or specific language, such as or similar possible origins of the anomalous effect, should have been used in this context. SCP-8980-B5. ID 8980-B5. Duration 5 minutes. Experiment. SCP-8980 was placed in a room with several electronic devices, including mobile cell phones, television sets, and desktops. SCP-8980 was instructed to use one such device for the duration of the experiment for any purpose. Noted effects. SCP-8980 selected and used a BlackBerry 7230 for cell phone for several minutes. As the device was modified to prevent the user from sending outgoing electronic communication, SCP-8980 began to play the game Brick Breaker. After several minutes, the device suddenly froze and began to send an outgoing call. The recipient, a man named Michael Crawford, who'd gone to the same college as SCP-8980, answered the phone. SCP-8980, upon learning the man's identity, attempted to hang up, though the device refused to cooperate. The two engaged in a heated debate regarding a nebulous topic for nearly 15 minutes before SCP-8980 smashed the device and halted the experiment. Oh, what? Did the phone call her ex or something? That's crazy. This dude is evil. Like, he is actually evil. Comments. Filling SCP-8980's surroundings with electronics to dilute its anomalous effects doesn't seem to have any effect. The anomaly appears to be later targeted and cause as much damage to SCP-8980's psyche as it can, though its limits haven't been clearly identified. The incident regarding Michael Crawford was in particular interest to us, though background checks and subsequent interviews with him have not yielded any light on SCP-8980's anomaly. His relationship with SCP-8980 appears to be one-sided, as he knows more about SCP-8980 than SCP-8980 knows about him, though they definitely know of each other. Details are limited on both sides. He doesn't have any connection to any goals or possess little to no sub-veil knowledge. Just to be sure now, we amnesticized him with Class B amnestics. SCP-8980 has shown heavy reluctance to participate in further experimentation. I assured it that we are getting closer to a permanent solution. It will just need a few days to get its emotions in control. Oh no. Dude, what? Excuse me? Throw the whole man away. I'm saying brazen bull, pair of anguish, scolds. I I'm angry. There's so much rage in my heart. Lillian, you gotta get out of there. ID 8980B6. Duration 10 hours. Experiment. SCP-8980 was taken to a retrofitted containment chamber and was provided multiple stacks of Foundation-lined paper as well as several writing instruments such as pencils. SCP-8980 was instructed to write short programs on the paper in C, a popular programming language, and output the finished products into a slot in the wall. The paper would then be interpreted by a remote system, which would then print the requested debugging and output information and return it to SCP-8980. Noted effects. No noted effects of SCP-8980's anomaly were observed during this process. This system seems like a clear and functional way for SCP-8980 to continue its duties in the Foundation. While I'm sure it's a large reduction in quality compared to a machine, I'm sure it's at least a little relieved that it has a future at this organization. I'm sure I speak for all of us in our research team when I say I look forward to having it back with us. Dr. Bryans. Following several days of standardizing SCP-8980's containment arrangement, SCP-8980 began to resume active employment at the SCP Foundation on April 18, 2005, with special considerations for its anomalous capabilities. SCP-8980's designation was not lifted, however, due to potential risks to nearby electronic equipment, SCP-8980's containment procedures have been updated. Addendum Number 5. Post-Reemployment Containment Interview. For the first few days, SCP-8980's accommodations being standardized, SCP-8980 showed signs of struggling, however quickly achieved similar efficiency within a week of acclimation. Despite the limitations, SCP-8980 showed some signs of improved emotional stability during this period. After several weeks of concurrent containment employment, SCP-8980 began to show signs of irritation and lack of cooperation. After 3 days of poor compliance with Foundation working standards, Dr. Bryan scheduled an interview with SCP-8980 to identify the source of the issue. May 4th, 2005. Interviewer, Head Researcher Christopher Bryans. Interviewee, SCP-8980. Subject, ongoing issue with work ethic. SCP-8980 sits motionless behind the interview table with its hands clasped together. Despite the lack of movement, there is clear irritation present on its face. Reviewer annotation. Incorrect descriptor. SCP-8980's expression was more clearly anxious than irritated. Around 10:09 a.m., Dr. Bryans enters the interview chamber. SCP-8980 takes a silent, deep breath, but does not greet him. He sits down and faces it. Good morning. Hi. Silence. So, your performance recently has been showing some negative trends, is the term for it. The division director is a bit pissy, and I'm sure you understand the pressure to perform put on us. Things seemed to be quite fine for the past few weeks, so I'm curious why your work ethic suddenly took a nosedive. This is Director Philip Thompson. This is irrelevant to the case. I want out, Grimes. I have been stuck in this cell for 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, with little to no freedom for over a month now. During work hours, I'm entirely alone when not on break. The silence is deafening, and I'm exhausted. I want to leave. Silence. SCP-8980 shifts in his chair. We've had a system for my continued employment, despite anomalous interference. But I want to talk to my friends again. And my parents. I know you know I don't get along with them. But I haven't seen them or spoken with them in over a month. And I really miss them. Surely you can sympathize with me. Dr. Bryan scratches his chin. Well, it's not like you can just leave your cell. You've got a whole 8 hours of socialization in supervised areas. Just because you can't enter sensitive areas anymore doesn't mean you're imprisoned here. Dr. Bryan pauses momentarily. Besides, it's not like you're the most social person anyway. You barely talk to us outside of work. SCP-8980 grunts. I'd rather have human interactions that aren't being supervised. And, to repeat myself, I want to see my parents again. So I want out of containment. And, ideally, I want to go back to working in a computer, regardless of the consequences. Lily, you're anomalous. We can't... Look, I know. But there are anomalies employed by the Foundation too. And some of them don't even have to put up with so much of this. This SCP-8980 motions around wildly. But it's bullshit. I feel like I'm a fucking prisoner in here. Your circumstances are unique. 8980. We can't let you wander around, possibly wreaking havoc on the Foundation's security or normalcy. One malfunction in a random critical component could cost us our lives. Hell, you should be grateful the Foundation even lets you out of the cell at all. You're a massive liability for us. For the Foundation as a whole now. Reviewer annotation. Foundation humanoid containment policy requires at least 8 hours of available socialization opportunities per day, excluding hostile or extremely dangerous entities such as SCP-4051. This comment, therefore, was inappropriate of Dr. Bryan's to make. Oh, I think I broke it. Oh shit. SCP-8980 shifts uncomfortably. SCP-8980 hesitates. I mean, truth be told, I don't really give a shit. This isn't normal. I never agreed to this. The Foundation often does things to people that they don't agree with. You, of all people, ought to know that. Silence. You sure have tact, Bryant. It's the truth. Frankly, this has been an awfully draining experience. Adding another anomaly to my duties and subtracting an employee from my roster has been packing our team with endless issues, and your newfound non-compliance has been a real pain in the ass. Oh yeah, I'm sure I've been a pain in your ass. Poor thing. You have been. Thank you very much. SCP-8980 scoffs, but doesn't respond. Silence elapses for 12 seconds. SCP-8980 fidgets anxiously. I'm gonna file an RFR if I have to. I'm not gonna sit here for a whole month writing code on a fucking piece of paper all day. Stands for a request for reassessment, a type of form that anomalies can file to request a reassessment of their containment procedures. Dr. Bryan shrugs. Go ahead. 8980. I'm not allowed to stop you. But you know I'm right. You're a liability to normalcy, and the directors will know that too. They're not going to do anything else much differently than me. If anything, we could always do another round of testing. Maybe we'll meet another one of your colleagues' exes. SCP-8980 grimaces. Maybe I can ask them to change who I'm assigned to, so at least my social interaction of the month isn't with a piece of shit like you. Dr. Bryan scowls. I'm just gonna assume that it's your time of the month, and pretend I didn't hear that, so we can keep some level of professionalism between us. Slang for the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle, where many women experience irrational instability. This form of vernacular is not appropriate in a workplace environment. It should not have been used by Dr. Grimes. Sure, and since we're already in the business of pretending we didn't hear things. Missing dialogue. This segment of the recording was not explicitly transcribed. Due to the potential sensitive comment alongside its conspicuous absence for the transcription, it is clear that Dr. Bryan's intentionally excluded it for unknown reasons. Purposeful modification of Foundation transcript is in direct violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct. The context for SCP-8980's comment could not be identified. Dr. Bryan grunts. Silence elapses for nearly 20 seconds without either individual moving. After several seconds, SCP-8980 sighs and stands up. I think we're done here. You know what I want. If you're gonna obstruct me again, I'll just go around you. I'm tired of staring at your ugly mug, and I'll be happy to get my case off your hands. Silence. Okay. File your RFR. I'll see you again at our next interview. SCP-8980 opens its mouth to reply, but decides against it, and leaves the interview room accompanied by a guard. Dr. Bryan spends several minutes in the room in contemplative silence, before muttering an obscenity to himself and turning off the recording. End log. Afterward, not available. "4 hours following the interview, SCP-8980 requested and submitted a 2093A form, colloquially known as an RFR, or a request for reassessment, to Site-17 Containment Oversight Committee. This is composed of several containment specialists and higher-ranking Site-17 staff, including Senior Researcher Alan Weathers, Dr. Noah Gates, and Site Director Thomas Graham. The document has been reproduced below for transparency purposes. Violation of privacy. It is the general consensus of the Ethics Community Review Team that the 2093A form filled out by SCP-89 8980 in 2005 did not need to be displayed on its official file in lieu of a summary. The publication of confidential information on public-facing SCP files is prohibited unless explicitly necessary to provide context. The purpose of its inclusion in the file is to presume for ulterior motives. Regardless, in this instance, Dr. Bryans was in direct violation of Foundation's Code of Conduct policy. He is such a weasel. I hate him. Form 2093A. Request for assessment by Special Containment Procedures. The 2093A form is designed to allow anomalies to request reevaluation of their special containment procedures by a site's overseer committee. The 2093A form was standardized in 1995. Designation SCP 8980. Birth. Date of birth January 12, 1977. Are you currently employed by the SCP Foundation? Yes. First name, middle initial. Lillian, last name Marley. Sex female, gender female, marital status unmarried. Immediate family, parents. Current and former employment statuses. Ongoing employment became anomalous during employment. Full containment area designation. Humanoid containment number Beta 02, Section 6, Northwest Wing, Site 17. Purpose for filing. I am largely dissatisfied with how my ongoing containment has been handled by my current containment staff. As a former non-anomalous member of Foundation staff who has worked closely with containment specialists in the past, I am of the opinion that I am being deprived of certain rights and subject to improper containment, including but not limited to a severe lack of visitation rights by family members, a major failure in privacy rights, especially during socialization, a lack of sufficient entertainment and civilization, verbal abuse from head researcher Christopher Grimes, a failure to obtain consent for permanent containment. Due to these factors, I am requesting a direct intervention from the Containment Oversight Committee to reassess my current containment procedures and whether Dr. Bryans is most fit to handle my case. I'm hoping these issues can be settled without further issue. Anomaly does not file below this point. Preferred title, Doctor. First name, Christopher. Last name, Bryans. Sex, male. Gender, male. Divorced or widowed. Clearance level, Level 3 Containment Specialist. Provisional Site 17. Clearance 4. Issued 10/26/2004. Context, comments, and clarification. Admittedly, SCP-8980 is an exceedingly difficult anomaly to work with for me. Researcher Marley was a close associate of mine through its tenure on our department, and despite our differences, we worked quite well as a team. To see it have to suffer through this anomaly has been painful for all of us. It especially, and this situation has brought out quite a lot of negative emotions in all of us. Nonetheless, it is my professional opinion that we were doing all that we are able for SCP-8980's comfort and productivity. Its anomalous effects, while innocuous at first glance, could have catastrophic consequences should it interfere with major electrical components at the site. For this reason, we'd have to take extra precaution regarding who SCP-8980 interacts with for both its safety and for ours. This is also why its provisional containment has been extended. I will admit I have been less than professional in my past interviews with SCP-8980 thus far. However, I recognize now that this situation has begun to escalate, and based on my past counseling, I would like to try to show this committee that I am fully capable of fixing my mistake and maintaining a healthy and productive relationship with SCP-8980 in the future. If necessary, I will begin remedial therapy to address my mistakes and work towards a better future for myself and others, I hope you will consider my words in good health. Dr. Christopher Bryans. After 3 weeks of deliberation, the Site-17 Oversight Committee replied to the request within the following document. See prior note. It's a violation of privacy. Site-17 Containment Oversight Committee. Response to Form 2093A 8980. This was the 05/27/05. SCP 8980. Thank you for reaching out to the committee regarding your ongoing containment. We appreciate your continued efforts to make the SCP Foundation a more ethical and responsible organization. Following intense deliberation, we have decided to respond to each of your points you made below independently in order to ensure we adequately meet your expectations. First, a severe lack of visitation rights for family members. As per Chapter 2, Section 815.3 of Ethics Committee Code of Conduct, an anomaly may be denied visitation rights if transportation of any involved persons would cause significant or likely damage to either normalcy or monetarily personal resources of the SCP Foundation. In conjunction with your anomalous effects, it is the opinion of this committee that a lack of visitation rights was within the guidelines set out by the Ethics Committee as they intended. A major failure in privacy rights, especially during socialization. It is largely of the opinion of this committee that Dr. Bryans is not infringing on your right to privacy. While several accommodations can and will be made for your future containment, such as the provisional guarantee and one-on-one conversation with other anomalies or co-workers without direct supervision, you will still maintain an overall right to privacy with stipulations to accommodate your anomalous properties. A lack of sufficient entertainment or stimulation. Your containment staff will be provided a $50 monthly allocated budget for purchasing recreational material at your request. Verbal abuse from head researcher Christopher Bryans. The committee has found that several comments made by head researcher Christopher Bryans to you have been inappropriate for a professional environment. We have reprimanded Dr. Bryans in his comments and have scheduled for him to have 3 months of remedial therapy concurrent with his oversight of your anomaly. A failure to obtain consent for permanent containment. According to Foundation Employee Handbook, consent is not a requirement for your containment. We hope these points help you alleviate your concerns during your continued containment here at the SCP Foundation. If you have further questions or concerns, please reach out to the Site-17 Local Ethics Committee Liaison. Reviewer annotation. At the time, Site-17 Ethics Committee Liaison role was unfilled. The role was eventually filled by Ethics Committee Liaison Flora Narinos in 2011. The desk of the Oversight Committee, session provided by Dr. Noah Gates, 2005. Ethics Committee Miranda. The remainder of this file represents a severe and continued violation of the SCP Foundation's Code of Conduct policy, including gross negligence and explicit use of a continued anomaly over a lengthy period of time. Any and all individuals who are not willing to view such content should not proceed with the remainder of this document. If you have been assigned to this document and are not comfortable with viewing such material, please speak with your supervisor for immediate reassignment and annexation. Reviewer discretion is heavily advised. Please proceed at your own risk. It looks like ads are here, so we're gonna stop here for the time being. Oh, my bad. I hate this. All of these people are failing her. This is so evil. I feel so bad. Like, it sucks. Like, no one is in her corner. This is evil. It's like failure after failure after failure. It's just, ugh. It makes me feel so bad. Oh man. I want to look at cute cats for a second. Y'all want to look at cute cats? Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. This is very important, so this way we don't hate ourselves. This is very important. This is very, very, very important. Okay? You guys ready for some cute cats? Oh. we need some cats in here. Oh.
Meow.
I only see 6. Oh, there's 7.
Oh. 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 I love cats. Oh, Munchkin cats are so cute, man. Oh, Maine Coons are great. We need more cute cats. Look at that. Look at how cute that is. Hold on. We don't want. He's so cute.
Who's ready for bath time? Are you ready?
Oh, I love cats.
I love you.
I personally, I want a ragdoll. So if there's like a mix between like ragdolls and Maine Coons, like if we could make that happen, I would want that. My baby sister has one at a buddy in her early years. She was always so gentle and friendly with her. Aww. This big old fluffy cat watching over the wee baby. Aww. Alright, y'all. It's about to get dark in here. Time for the sadness. Alright. Addendum 6. Ongoing containment plan. On June 8, 2005, 2 weeks after being prescribed remedial therapy, Dr. Bryans conducted a follow-up interview with SCP-8980 to reassess containment efforts and ensure SCP-8980's well-being. SCP-8980 had continued to display lowered engagement with its continued employment at the Foundation, often missing deadlines, failing to clock into work despite living in its work environment, and producing more errors. Additionally, while SCP-8980 has been seen engaging in socializing with other anomalies, most of these interactions were superficial and presumably unsatisfying for SCP-8980, possibly indicating depressive symptoms. June 8, 2005. Interviewer, Head Researcher Christopher Bryans. Interviewee, SCP-8980. Subject, Ongoing issues. SCP-8980 is holding its head up on a plastic folding table in its containment cell. Its bed is unmade. A trash can in the corner is entirely filled with diet sodas of various brands. Several crumpled papers are present under its Foundation-issue desk. Reviewer annotation. Unnecessary personal information. While the status of SCP-8980's room lends authenticity to SCP-8980's mental state being poor, the content of the interview is enough to highlight this, rendering this description unnecessary. Dr. Bryans enters the room, prompting SCP-8980 to look up but not move. Dr. Bryans places the audio recording device on the desk and turns it on. Beginning interview log. ID 8980W 12 with SCP-8980 at 10:02 a.m. Good morning, 8980. SCP-8980 begins to laugh hysterically. Wow, they must have really given you the beating, Bryans. Never thought I'd see you act so professional. You didn't even stutter. Dr. Bryans smiles. Well, yes. I suppose you could say that I'm a changed man now. I realize that I have done little to minimize conflict in our workplace environment. So from now on, I'll be following the SCP Foundation guidelines down to the letter. I hope this should be enough for us to, using the same phrasing I've used before, maintain professionalism between us in the future. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll see it when I believe it. I wasn't born yesterday. I know you haven't changed a bit. This is transcribed correctly. Dr. Bryans smiles again. Don't worry, you'll see it. SCP-8980 lets out an exasperated laugh sigh. Incorrect nomenclature. The correct term for this sound is a dry laugh. Dr. Bryans places several documents on the table in front of him. As for today's test, I need to speak to you about your workplace environment, and the possibility of a psychological assistance and further testing protocols. I don't need psychological testing. Yes, we want to. SCP-8980 slams its fist down on the table and stands up, startling Head Researcher Bryans. No! SCP-8980 pauses, but sits down again. Absolutely not. No. I won't do any more testing. Silence. Allow me to elaborate, then, if I may. Silence. It's pretty clear from your RFR that you're very discontent with your current working arrangements. Correct. SCP-8980 freezes, and then slowly nods. It is likely that SCP-8980 was not aware that RFRs are shown to containment handlers for comment prior to Containment Oversight Committee review, explaining its reaction to Dr. Bryant's statement. Well, with additional testing, we should be able to figure out more amendable conditions for you to work in. I'm sure you want that, yes? Fuck you, bastard! I don't have a choice in this! Well, technically you do. According to the Foundation Code of... Just save it! According to the Foundation Code of Conduct, you're free to deny testing if it is not being conducted for security concerns, normalcy enforcement, or termination of subject. Since your anomaly is not avoidably dangerous, you don't have to worry about that last reason. Jesus Christ. Anyway, be sure to let me know by Monday whether you truly wish to abort testing. I'll send the relevant paperwork for you to fill out. Code of Conduct does not allow me to decline testing based on verbal request, but I need to give you 3 business days notice for your withdrawal to consent in writing. Dr. Bryan pauses, then continues. I, however, do wish to inform you that I personally believe that testing is very much in your best interest, based on what you've told me in the past and your present mental state. Something that would help my mental state is not having you run my testing. Unfortunately, I'm required by the Code of Conduct to at least have some oversight role in any experimentation carried out on you. I hope you understand. If this is your idea of de-escalation, I'd hate to be your therapist. Dr. Bryan slightly smiles. I apologize for your discomfort then. Though, speaking of therapist, I'd also like to sign you up for Site 17's parapsychological counseling program. I have an acquaintance. Let me save you the trouble, Chris. I don't want a therapist. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay? Okay? So remember, offers on the table. Great to know. Silence. Is that everything? Can you leave now? Please? Yes. That should encompass everything on my agenda. I'll be sure to get the relevant documentation to you by 5 p.m. today. I highly recommend you don't file it, though, if you want my 2 cents. Reviewer annotation. Dr. Bryan should not have provided his own opinion whether SCP-8980 should have denied testing or not, as it was not his decision to make. Just a second, I want to check something. Also, hi you two. I see you over there. I hope you're having fun. It's getting worse. Dr. Bryan extends his hand, and SCP-8980 begrudgingly missing description. Video footage shows SCP-8980 hesitating for several seconds before shaking Dr. Bryan's hand. Dr. Bryan leaves the containment chamber. End log. Afterward, SCP-89's reluctant to therapy and continued testing is probably due to the depressive symptoms we've been seeing from its accommodating working environment. However, I firmly believe that additional testing will help us identify ways that we can improve SCP-89's environment, or, in lieu of that, help us understand the basis of the anomaly further. I would like to reiterate that our team is working diligently to improve SCP-89's conditions. While we cannot control SCP-89's reaction to its containment, we can try our best to ensure that it is as comfortable within its new role. Dr. Bryans. Addendum 7. Tertiary Experimentation Log. After several days in waiting for SCP-89 to submit appropriate documents, it reluctantly agreed to participate in necessary and purposeful testing in its anomalous properties to work towards a more productive work environment. The following is an abridged. It is the general consensus of the Ethics Community Review Team that the quantity of experiments in total conducted was severely in excess of what was reasonably required, totaling in 36 separate experiments over 2 months, despite only the 4 listed below provided any new information. Oh, wow. The following is an abridged list of the 3rd round of experimentation conducted by SCP-89's research team under head researcher Christopher Grimes. ID 8980-C3. SCP-89 was instructed to warm up a standard Foundation ration using a microwave oven with no electronic interference, though it contained internal electronic circuits. Notable effects. The electronics radiation was significantly higher than normal. Instead of the standard 2.5 GHz, the microwave was believed to output at the maximum of 6.8 GHz for the model, resulting in the ration violently exploding inside. It appears, though, electronic circuitry is susceptible to SCP-89's effects, despite the lack of electronic interference. I think we need to do this. The effect extends even to regular equipment too, which justifies the strict oversight of SCP-89's movement through the site. Dr. Bryans. ID 8980-C12. Duration 2 hours. Experiment. SCP-89 was instructed to use an experimental speech-to-text transcriber that was located in a separate room to fulfill various prompts, which then would be printed out afterwards using an analog system. SCP-89 did not have any direct contact with the transcriber, which was electronic in nature. The transcriber began to misinterpret various words that SCP-89 spoke in a manner consistent, known with its anomalous properties. It is unclear whether this is partially due to the transcriber's general inaccuracy or influenced by SCP-89. Comments. Electronic components with which SCP-89 has had direct contact with, even if it can't see them, appears to still malfunction. This definitely limits our options even further than they already were. If we were able to find some alternative system, we have to be creative. Dr. Grimes. ID 8980-C31. Duration 15 hours. Experiment. An active Dell desktop computer running Windows XP was placed in SCP-89's containment cell. SCP-89 was instructed not to use or interact with the device at all. Noted effects. Despite not interacting with the desktop, the device repeatedly activated. During activation, the device played the Windows XP startup sound, which repeatedly and audibly startled SCP-8980. SCP-8980 refused to touch or turn off the device after startup, even when requested to by experiment overseers. After the 23rd activation at approximately 15 hours into the experiment, SCP-8980 began to sob uncontrollably, terminating the test. Comments. This experiment, while disruptive for SCP-8980, helps us further narrow down why our alternative systems don't quite work. Interaction does not seem to be a prerequisite for the anomalous activity, only SCP-8980's general proximity. Dr. Bryant. ID 8980-C36. Duration 47 minutes. SCP-8980 was brought into a connecting testing chamber. It was instructed to communicate with junior researcher Morgan Farrell, who was present in a separate room. Farrell was instructed to, in turn, to follow SCP-8980's direction while interacting with the Dell desktop computer, taking caution not to communicate back to SCP-8980 except through written notes passed through a slot on the walls connecting their chambers. While the experiment was running, no noted effects occurred. However, roughly 3/4 of an hour into the experiment, SCP-8980 vomited onto the floor of the chamber and began sobbing uncontrollably. SCP-8980 and junior researcher McFarrell were both extracted, and the experiment concluded early. Oh no. She's not. Oh boy. There is a special place for that dude. I have so many bad things to say. I hate that guy, man. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. It wasn't even full screen. I'm so sorry. There's so much rage in my heart right now. Oh, man. Comments. See following incident log. On August 16, 2005, SCP-8980 vomited profusely during routine testing, resulting in its immediate hospitalization in Site 11's West Wing. Site 17's West Wing. After objective analysis, it was largely determined that SCP-8980 did not suffer from a known paramedical or medical condition. Its issues were likely due to cognitive stress, depressive symptoms, and disorientation from proper nutrition. SCP-8980 was discharged to its containment unit on August 17, 2005. Incorrect information. The testing was not routine. Although compliant with Foundation Medical Code of Conduct, it would have been prudent for medical staff to hold SCP-8980 for several days to properly diagnose any underlying medical or mental disorders. This one is the most horrifying ones I've encountered, TBH, because it's so real, mundane. Despite being discharged, SCP-8180 refused continued testing, citing its hospitalization as a valid. Missing context. It is important to specify that SCP-8980's reason for suspension of testing is entirely valid under the then present circumstances according to the Foundation Code of Conduct. Reason for suspension of experimentation. However, concurrently, it refused to leave its cell and experienced severe lethargy for several days, resulting in very little productivity or socialization during this time. On August 23rd, 2005, Dr. Bryans conducted an intervention interview with SCP-8980 in an attempt to address its issues it was facing. SCP-8980 is sitting down in its containment chamber with its arms hugging onto its sides. It stares downwards directly ahead, unmoving, until Dr. Bryans enters the room, causing it to glare up at him, but otherwise remains motionless. Its breathing pace can be briefly quickening before returning to its baseline. Dr. Bryans sits down the recorder on the folding table and begins the interview. Beginning interview log 8980W23 with SCP-8980 at 10:01 a.m. Good morning, 8980. Silence. Well, I see that is the purpose of our interview today, so let me get right on the agenda. Dr. Bryans pulls out and straightens several papers. Ahem. So our first topic of today is the medical incident that happened during the experiment, 8980C-36, involving Mr. Farrell. That was who was behind the wall, by the way. I'm sure you remember him. Helped finish the manifold problem, if you recall. Silence. SCP-8980 stares directly at Dr. Bryans. Anyway, on the subject, we wanted to ask a few routine questions. Is that alright? No. Well, I suppose I'm not allowed to push you to answer medical questions against your will, according to Foundation Code of Conduct, so I'll just drop the issue for now. We could circle back to it another time. Anyway, for the second item on the agenda, let's see. SCP-8980 lets out a long, exasperated sigh. What? Silence. Dr. Bryans looks up at SCP-8980 expectantly. What day is it? It's a Tuesday. No, Bryans. I mean, what date is it? Dr. Bryans briefly glances around SCP's containment chamber. I see. I suppose you don't have a calendar. You don't have a calendar here. I suppose I'll arrange to get you one later. Dr. Bryans reaches for his mobile phone, but he recalls he doesn't have it on him. He spends a few moments thinking. Right. Your rules don't let me bring my phone in here. I believe it's around the 22nd of August. I've been pretty busy, so... August? SCP-8980 begins hyperventilating and abruptly stands up, knocking its chair backwards and startling Dr. Bryans. It's been 6 months! I've been in here for 6 months! I'm afraid so, yes. Unfortunately, we haven't made much progress in neutralizing your anomaly. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Please, calm down. SCP-8980 clutches its head and backs itself against the wall. It begins muttering to itself with hysterical sobs, occasionally ringing out. Dr. Bryans remains at the table. It keeps a steady gaze on SCP-8980. 6 months. 6 months. Oh my god. Oh my god. When will it end? Why? Why? Look, SCP-89. 8980 screams and then sobs louder, lowering itself onto the floor. Dr. Bryans doesn't move. SCP-8980 continues to sob for several minutes, eventually until it cries silently. You know I'm not going to hurt you, 8980. The experiments can be a lot, yes, but ultimately we've made some progress and just shut up. Please. Please just be quiet. I'm just trying to help you, 8980. We all are. While our progress has been slow, our current rate, we're guaranteed to make a breakthrough within a year or two. SCP-8980 uncovers its tear-stricken face and stares in horror at Dr. Bryans, slowly rising to its feet. It's indisputable that SCP-8980 appeared horrified. No. You're not helping me. You're not helping anyone. Please, leave. Dr. Bryans slowly reaches for his glasses and begins to polish them. You know I'm not going to leave until we cover the full agenda, 8980. And I am here to help you, even if you don't understand that yet. SCP-8980 approaches the table, but doesn't sit down. Dr. Bryans looks up and stops polishing his glasses. I'm not fucking doing this anymore, Christopher. I'm not playing your sick fucking games. I can't do this for another 6 months, let alone a goddamn year. I would rather die than do another goddamn useless piece of shit ass experiment overseen by your egotistical, narcissistic, misogynistic piece of shit smug fucking face. Missing dialogue. This audio was not transcribed by Dr. Bryans. 8980? SCP-8980 balls its fist into its face before screaming. SCP-8980, without warning, lunges at Dr. Bryans over the table, knocking them both to the floor. Dr. Bryans yells in terror. My fucking name is Lillian Marley, you goddamn piece of shit! SCP-8980's legs push down on Dr. Bryans' left arm, pinning him to the floor as it leans its weight on his right arm. Dr. Bryans struggles wildly as 8980 frantically begins searching. Get off of me! SCP-8980 does not verbally respond as the two struggle. In short order, it spots the key to its containment unit on the floor and immediately stretches to grab it. In the instant SCP-8980 shifts its weight, Dr. Bryans manages to free himself and throws himself sideways, sending SCP-8980 spiraling to the floor before it can grab the keys. SCP-8980 yelps in pain as Dr. Bryans reflectively kicks it in the chest. SCP-8980 recovers its bearings. Dr. Bryans pulls himself up using the knocked-over table, holding his stomach. SCP-8980 attempts to pull itself up, but Dr. Bryans delivers another kick to its chest, in self-defense. Incorrect information. This action has been determined to be excessive, even in the circumstances they occurred in, constituting retroactive explicit abuse of an anomaly. Sending it spiraling back into Dr. Bryans' sideways chair, it screams and begins sobbing uncontrollably as its back hits the floor. Dr. Bryans spends several seconds panting and staring at SCP-8980 before picking up the keys to the unit and his now shattered glasses and exiting the room, leaving the recording equipment behind. SCP-8980 does not make any effort to acknowledge his exit, nor to attempt to follow him out of the containment unit. Instead, it stops and lands softly on the floor, slowly curling into a fetal position. The word groans is the more appropriate in this context. After several minutes, a site security officer responds and is alerted and responds to the situation. A site security officer, later identified as Agent Olivia M. Hale, a 31-year-old female security officer, enters the chamber and immediately moves to put SCP-8980 in handcuffs, restraining it with little resistance. He, incorrect identifier, the guard's the guard's gender sex was not known to Dr. Grimes. He should have used gender-neutral terminology out of respect for the guard while writing this incident report. Then placed 8980 on its bed, erected the table and chairs, and finally disabled the recording before exiting and resecuring the containment chamber. Okay. So, like, it's getting worse. Like, it's getting worse. It's just getting worse. It's getting worse. The pressure is getting worse and worse. It's getting. How is it getting worse? There is literally no oversight? This dude doesn't have a boss? Are they all in on it? Oh my gosh. Oh man. I hope me shouting isn't too much for you guys. I hope you guys are all okay. If this story is too much for you, please take breaks. You're taking breaks with me. Let's take some breaks. In fact, I'm gonna grab a drink while we're on ad break. I will be right back, okay? I hope you all are doing well. I will be right back with a little drink. Hello, and welcome back to hell. In the aftermath of the incident, it became clear that SCP excuse me, I think the soda I drank went down the wrong tube. That SCP-8980's psychological state had deteriorated significantly, to the point where engaging in hostile activity against Foundation staff. This necessitated Foundation intervention for the safety of both the anomaly and its containment personnel. To this end, several measures were immediately enacted by Dr. Brines in compliance with Foundation Code of Conduct. Excuse me. SCP-8980 was classified as a potential hostile entity, requiring approval from containment staff to interact with the anomaly. SCP-8980's free roam time was reduced, with further restrictions to its movement at the site to minimize further incidents. SCP-8980 was required to undergo Level 3 intense security measures for humanoids. Level 3 intense requires security cameras to be placed directly into the containment cell of the anomaly. Additional restrictions on what recreational items the anomaly is allowed to request, and weekly room searches to prevent contraband possessions. The maximum security level is 5. It is the opinion of the Ethics Committee review team that this was extremely excessive for the circumstance, though technically not in violation of the Foundation's Code of Conduct. SCP-8980 was assigned to mandatory in-person parapsychological counseling. After implementing the following procedures, Dr. Brines was requested by Site-17 administration to distance himself from handling SCP-8980's case. He complied. Incorrect information. And Dr. Brines was highly agitated by his removal and consistently put pressure on Site-17's senior staff to maintain the head researcher over SCP-8980. However, after several weeks of searching for a replacement without result, vague information. According to the Foundation reassignment policy, the only possible candidate for this position were other members of SCP-8980's existing research team, of which there must be a minimum of 3 people total. Of the remaining of the 2, Dr. Seal professed no interest in taking up the position, and junior researcher McFarrell was strictly underqualified for the role. Incorrect information. The process occurred over several days, not weeks. Site Director Thomas Graham signed off on the retainment of Dr. Brines as head researcher, citing his prior professionalism and expertise in handling 8980's tantrums. When confronted with evidence of Dr. Brines' inappropriate actions, Site Director Thomas Graham claimed complete ignorance to nearly all the events detailed prior and below. While this is considered extremely unlikely due to his central role in the Site-17 Containment Oversight Committee, no concrete evidence has yet been found that he unintentionally violated the Code of Conduct in this case. Throw them all in the wood chipper. I'm so angry for her. At this point, summon the Scarlet King. Right now. Summon him right now. Where is he at? Because, What is this? Summon the Scarlet King. I'm so angry. For 3 days following the incident, SCP-8980 was given medical treatment for the wounds that occurred during the altercation. On August 27th, it was returned to its containment cell. Its first parapsychological counseling session was scheduled for September 5th, 2005, and will occur every Monday under Dr. Nadine Crawford, PP PsyD. Nadine Crawford was a prominent parapsychologist working for Site-17. After obtaining her PsyID in 1979 in Portland, Oregon, USA, she incidentally came in contact with a significant amount of anomalous clients due to her clinic's proximity to the 3 Portland nexus. Because of this, she was scouted by a Foundation recruitment agency, and she accepted the position of parapsychologist shortly afterwards. Dr. Crawford has generally been described as soft, compassionate, and patient by most anomalies put under her care in the past. However, several instances demonstrating grossly inappropriate behavior through her career resulted in the Foundation terminating her employment in 2013. This includes a particularly grievous incident in 2012 involving a relationship with a romantic anomaly under her care that ultimately resulted in it committing suicide. Girl, you what? You what? You did what? Baby, you did not. You did not sleep with the anomaly. She said, I'm gonna sleep with the FCP. That'll make you feel better. You know what will help you feel better about your predicament? Essentially being in forever jail for basically no reason? Oh, yeah, you know what that'll feel like? You know what? My Vuguba is gonna make you feel really good. I promise. It's medicine. My Vuguba is medicine. I hate this article. Based on evidence obtained by the Ethics Committee Review Team, it is suspected that Crawford had close personal ties with Dr. Brines. What? It's getting worse actively! Like, it is actively getting worse! What do you mean? For further information regarding her relevant cases, please consult Case ID 070820129932T. I hate this woman. Addendum 8. Ongoing psychological and physical health effects. Beginning near the start of September, SCP-8980 was required to attend parapsychological counseling on a weekly basis under Dr. Nadine Crawford. Additionally, these sessions were made very little progress, as SCP-8980 has a strong negative reaction to the therapy process. This continued throughout the month. However, an eventual initial breakthrough was achieved on September 26, 2005, when SCP-8980 began to speak with Dr. Crawford in a meaningful capacity for the first time. Extraneous information removed. Prior to this excerpt, Dr. Crawford attempted several times to initiate productive conversation with SCP-8980, which was largely irreciprocated. Dr. Crawford is sitting at her desk in the furnished office, while SCP-8980 is lying down on a large velvet chair. Dr. Crawford has been doing miscellaneous paperwork for nearly 15 minutes in silence, while SCP-8980 struggles to stay awake on the couch. SCP-8980's clothes and hair are highly disheveled. For the fourth time, SCP-8980 snaps itself to detention. It pushes itself further on the couch, presumably to help it stay awake better. Comfortable, isn't it? SCP-8980 looks over to Dr. Crawford, who has now glanced out to me. SCP-8980's gaze. Yeah. Sighs. You know, the chair that you're sitting in is anomalous. SCP-8980 gives Dr. Crawford an expression of incredulity, prompting her to continue. Its fabric was made by a Thermaturge cloth maker, who produced a lot of our higher quality craft materials. Actually, metal ones. Well, I can't elaborate much because of client confidentiality. Due to the relaxed regulations in client confidentiality for parapsychologists employed by the Foundation, Dr. Crawford would have been wholly allowed to disclose relevant information from her time with the anomaly if she had reason to suspect it would have aided in returning SCP-8980 to working condition. Back when we met when I worked in Portland, Oregon. Lovely guy. Oh, welcome in. Ah, M. DeVries. Hello. Oh, wait a second. You're that person. We've been having a poke war on the VTuber MySpace, haven't we? I recognize you. Welcome, lovely cultists. I hope you're ready to be depressed. We are in hell. We are in very much hell. Before I continue, what were you doing? Please regale me your tales of cultish doings. What were you up to? And if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. Do not worry. I will take care of your lovely cultists. And of course, I should introduce myself. My name is Grimoire Index. I am the head librarian, caretaker, and lovely person of the Library Paradoxica. I am also a vampire. Trying to beat RE9, but without healing or crafting because I'm a masochist. Jesus. That's crazy. Oh man. I think, is there an achievement for that? I remember there being one for the previous ones where you couldn't save and you couldn't heal. And then you couldn't take damage. Are you doing it on the hardest difficulty too? Well, I hope it's fun. I've been wanting to watch a playthrough of the game. Shooty game is not really my favorite, but I do like watching it. Yes, I'm trying to do the achievements to unlock the infinite ammo before I take on the insanity difficulty. Ooh, I'd love to watch that. You can go ahead and slip me a VOD one of these days. Just go ahead and slip that under the door. You know where to find me. Or I'll go check out your channel and I'll go slip borrow one of those VODs so I can have some nice background noise while I'm sorting the books in the library. Either way, welcome in, welcome in. We're in hell. I don't know if you know the story of SCP 8980, but it is very dark in here, and my soul hurts. I don't know why, I'm just obsessed with trying to be good at horror games on the higher difficulties or challenges. See, that's good though. Like, you like to challenge yourself. That's good. Honestly, I love to see it. I love seeing challenge runs. It makes really good content. Especially for me. Like, I love watching it at night. I'm the type of person that falls asleep to Dead by Daylight gameplay, so please, 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 cut your VODs up and make them into content so that I may consume it. I want to consume it. One of my proudest moments is beating the Outlast games on their highest difficulties. Whoa! Oh man, yeah, that's... Nah, I remember playing the Outlast Trials, and I hid in a trash can while this like scary man came up to me and was screaming in my face. I was like, no thank you. I uninstalled the game. I was like, no thank you. Outlast 2 was hell for me. I can bet that game is horrifying already. But then you add in like the harder difficulties where you don't have much to heal, you don't have anything to... Oh man. Outlast 2 took me 20 attempts across 17 streams to beat. Then, because I'm crazy, I tried to beat it on the hardest difficulty again. Only 5... Wow! See, you learned though, but you learned. You're learning. That's good. That's good. Alright. Let's get back to it. Oh. Interesting. Funny. I think his designation was SCP-8580. Isn't that a neat coincidence? SCP-8980 grunts and folds its arms. I wish I could sleep in a chair like this every night. But okay. Gonna be lurking, gotta eat. But super happy I got to raid into you. May our boop and Cold War continue. Mwah! Well, thank you so much for coming in, and feel free to lurk. I have custom lurk messages. They're random, and some are even rare. Ooh, rare. Alright, enjoy your time, and let's get back to it. And yes, thanks for stopping by. I wish I could sleep in a chair like this every night. Dr. Crawford lifts herself up into an upright position. What makes you say that, Lillian? Silent elapses for a few seconds as SCP-8980 rubs its arms together. I miss my bed. The one in my dorm here. Apparently, the mattress didn't fit the concrete block they call a bed frame. So they just gave me the cheap standard one. I hate it. Are you having a harder time sleeping because of it? SCP-8980 appears to recoil slightly, before shaking its head vigorously. It is unclear if SCP-8980 was attempting to keep itself awake, or if the comment somehow provoked it. I'm fine. I'm over it now. Well, if you like, I can let you nap for a bit here each session. SCP-8980 doesn't respond, but shortly thereafter falls asleep. Dr. Crawford returns to her paperwork, smiling. After waking up, SCP-8980 continued to deflect conversation attempts until the end of their session. However, over the course of multiple meetings, SCP-8980 began to engage with small talk more with Dr. Crawford, establishing some level of rapport between them. Topics of conversation frequently included SCP-8980's current projects, novels SCP-8980's had read in the past, or other miscellaneous yet irrelevant topics. Violation of privacy. Information regarding SCP-8980's progress in parapsychological counseling should be kept vague unless demonstrating an important breakthrough or highlighting an important interaction. Begin excerpt. Extraneous information removed. SCP-8980 is sitting on a couch in Dr. Crawford's office. Its appearance is still highly disheveled. It fidgets in place absent-mindedly. Dr. Crawford is now occupied writing notes at her desk before SCP-8980 suddenly speaks. How long have you been working here? Dr. Crawford sits up and looks at SCP-8980 with a smile. Oh, me? Well, I've been working here for about 2.5 decades by this point. My, how the time flies. Dr. Crawford folds her hands on top of each other. And what about you, dear? How long have you been working for the Foundation? SCP-8980 lets out a laugh sigh. I don't think this was part of my contract. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not violating your boundaries. SCP-8980 makes an inscrutable sound and sinks into the couch. This is an accurate description of the sound that SCP-8980 made. And sinks into the couch. There is silence for several seconds. It's fine. I've been working for the Foundation for 6 to 7 months now. The Foundation hired me after I got my degree. Which degree, might I ask? SCP-8980 sits up straight from the couch, making eye contact briefly with Dr. Crawford before looking away. Oh, well, it's nothing impressive. I was hired after I got my bachelor's degree in computer science. Dr. Crawford clasps her hands together and smiles widely. Wow, that's quite the accomplishment, especially for a girl your age. SCP-8980 furrows its brows in confusion. Thank you? I guess? Dr. Crawford raises her hand slightly. Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I didn't mean to offend. I mean, it's quite the achievement to be scouted by the Foundation in your early 20s. I've only known of a few people who've had the honor, and most of them were men in financing. Dr. Crawford chuckles. SCP-8980 appears stoic at first, but then briefly laughs. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. My old boss wasn't really impressed himself. This is likely in reference to Dr. Brines. His loss, right? Oh yeah, for sure. Dr. Crawford lightly laughs. SCP-8980 bites her lower lip and looks down before frowning, a concerned look on his face. Before Dr. Crawford can comment, SCP-8980 walks over to the velvet chair, lies down on it, and turns away from Dr. Crawford. She does not comment, but continues watching. SCP-8980 begins quietly crying and quickly falls asleep. End excerpt. SCP-8980 continued attending session throughout all of October and November. In spite of its relationship with Dr. Crawford constantly improving, its mental state appeared to remain stagnant outside of sessions, and its productivity was still relatively low, though within minimum acceptable boundaries for continued employment. During the months prior, SCP-8980 refused to address head researcher Bryant during routine interviewing unless explicitly required to, resulting in very little progress in treating anomalous conditions. In spite of Dr. Bryant's attempts to minimize hostility following Incident 1, SCP-8980 clearly held him in contempt nevertheless, and did not engage in any additional hostilities towards any containment staff. This is an inappropriate description, and it's self-explanatory. On November 21st, 2005, several days before Thanksgiving, Dr. Crawford made a major breakthrough in SCP-8980's case, leading to a significant improvement in SCP-8980's psychological state, which is detailed below. Extraneous information removed. SCP-8980 is lying down in the velvet chair with its eyes closed. It is not sleeping, though it is breathing deeply, following Dr. Crawford's instruction. Breathe in. SCP-8980 takes a breath in. And breathe out. SCP-8980 exhales. Breathe in. SCP-8980 inhales. And breathe out. SCP-8980 exhales. Breathe in. Hey, look, I really appreciate you trying to help me with these breathing exercises, but I don't think they're doing anything for me. Dr. Crawford frowns. Well, we can always come back to them later, or just to help you calm down, since you're quite the overthinker, you know. SCP-8980 grunts. I still don't know how much they actually help. Silence follows for a few seconds. Dr. Crawford taps her pen aggressively. Taps her pen against her face repeatedly. Something new seems to be bothering you today. SCP-8980 looks up. Oh, welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, was that Crimson? Hello, Crimson. What were you doing? Net running. Let me snooze this ad. Hi, Grim. Hi. Drawing badly? God, stop. Stop. Hold on. Do I need to get... Hold on. Stop. Stop. Treating yourself badly. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. I'm sure you were drawing... Whatever you were drawing was wonderful and beautiful, and I don't want to hear about it. She's got the spray again! Damn right I do. Be good. Be good to yourself and treat yourself well. But, in case you don't know me, my name is Grimoire Index. I am the head librarian, curator, and general proprietor of the library Paradoxica. I am also a vampire. Today we are reading SCP-8980, and it is very dark and kind of depressing. If you feel the need to raid and run, or perhaps maybe this type of content is not for you, do not worry. We have a lighter, apparently a lighter SCP coming after this, or maybe we'll actually do it next time since we may be coming up on time here soon. So, if that is to your preview, welcome in. If not, it's okay. Mwah, good to see you. Yeah. What were you drawing? If you do not mind me asking, while I prepare to continue reading. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't push you. But remember what we talked about last week. It's important for you to be able to communicate your feelings with me if you want me to be able to help you. SCP-8980's eyes widen, but quickly refocus. It rubs its arm. Well, I'm a bit upset about Thanksgiving. Ah, I get it. You're spending it alone, while your co-workers get to go home to their families. It's simply awful, isn't it? Excuse me. SCP-8980 whips its head up to look at Dr. Crawford again. Yeah, it is. SCP-8980 pauses. You're pretty good at this. Dr. Crawford laughs. Oh, dearie, it's my job to know these things. I completely understand where you're coming from. I've had countless clients under my care who went through the same things you are now. And did any of them get to go home for Thanksgiving? Dr. Crawford pauses. Well, most of them... no. SCP-8980 exhales sharply, then turns away from Dr. Crawford. What's the fucking point, then? Dr. Crawford adjusts her glasses. It's not really in my power to be able to let you out of your containment. You certainly know that. My job here, right now, is to help you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the library. There is... Dr. Crawford gestures outward. Holy flapjacks, your model is gorgeous. Well, ads are getting ready to start, so I guess I can... Thank you! I made it myself. Isn't it gorgeous? It took me a really long time. Lots of effort and planning. But thank you! Lovely seeing you too. I'm assuming you came in with Crimson? Oh my goodness. Ah, the colors, the shaping, ah! Thank you. Yes'm. That's the way I like yes'm. Mm-hmm. Ah, looks like those ads are coming. So if you want to avoid the ads, because I'm not snoozing this time because we have a long way to go, please consider becoming either a Twitch, using your Twitch Prime, or a little sneaky trick you can do is have the YouTube up in a different tab so you can continue watching ad-free. I have to shower, but I shall leave you up to the lurk. Thank you very much. I am honored for your lurk. But ads are getting ready to start in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Prepare. Also, yeah, Dr. Brines is a dick, and so is this person. I feel like she's using her. Like the therapist lady, I feel like she's using her too. Because it's implied earlier that she has relations with Brines. So everything that Lillian, that's SCP-8980, is telling the therapist is going right back into Dr. Brines' ears. And he is using that information to mess with her. I'm not even sure how he's doing it at this point, but he is doing something. Like, he is, I don't know, like, hitting switches in the computer, or maybe he's like hacking or something. Like, they all have to be on it. Like, the entirety of Site 17 has to be in on it or something. It's crazy. This is so crazy. Ugh. And it leaves such a bad taste in my mouth. But welcome in, readers. Do not worry. We have such sights to show you. Unfortunately, today the sights are very depressing. But stick around. Gosh. Imagine though, like, being, like, it feels so wrong. Imagine being in this organization that contains and protects and, does as much as it can for the world, and your boss has a crush on you and has a weird fetish for, like, and doesn't actually respect you as a human being, so he gets you classified as an anomalous object so that he can always keep vigil over you. And as you are slowly losing your mind, every system, everything fails you. Everything, every check fails you because he has hands in every pie. He knows everybody. He knows top brass. He knows them all. And they all fail you as you sit there in that cell telling yourself that there is nothing wrong with you. And you know there's nothing wrong with you. But everyone is saying that there is something wrong with you. Yeah, it's also that too. She's an incredibly, like, imagine being scouted by the SCP organization at 20 years old. They grabbed her as soon as the diploma was hot off the press's diploma. They snatched her out of the college courtyard. They snatched her out of there because they knew she had potential. And he saw that and was like, nuh-uh. Women not allowed to be smarter than me. Nuh-uh. I'm gonna have you classified as an SCP. And you know what? Because you're an SCP now, because you're an SCP, you don't get to do your research. It's gonna get assigned to another dude. And you know what? He's a junior researcher. So I'm gonna take credit for that. I caught on to that too. I caught on to that. I was like, And what happened to the other lady that was there that could have stood up for her? She's a snake too. They're all snakes. Terrible. Terrible. I also caught that he kicked her. Like, even though, like, I feel like he deserved it. He absolutely deserved being, like, lunged at. I would have beat his ass. Excuse me. The unsaid horror here is that, well, she's just one of thousands of anomalies. Even when going to be procedure, this is horrible. There's a reason why the Serpent Hands call them jailers. Yeah, no oversight committee yet until 2011, so we're in 2005. Dr. Brines, when I catch you, I hope you do not step through the threshold of my library. I will have you torn and quartered like the little piggy that you are. And you won't like it either. Oh yeah, serpent hands. I like the serpent's hands. They're really, really cool. Alright, looks like everyone is back from the break. So let's continue. To overcome these awful feelings you're having, SCP 8980 doesn't respond. Dr. Crawford clears her throat and continues. There is no shame in feeling upset or angry at the circumstances you've been put in. Your feelings are completely natural, especially for a young girl. Excuse me. But to let them consume your professional life, to let circumstances control you. Excuse me. Well, Dr. Crawford shakes her head and clicks her tongue. That's no good, isn't it? SCP-8980 mumbles. What the hell do I do then? Silence passes momentarily. In my experience, the best thing someone can do when they're in a tough situation is to consider their problems like a challenge. Silence. SCP-8980 turns around. A challenge? Dr. Crawford smiles. Yes, a challenge. I'm sure that's not everyone's solution, but I think every trial you face can be tolerable if you see it as a challenge. That's how I got my degree, after all. SCP-8980 begins to furrow its eyebrows. A challenge? Dr. Crawford says nothing, but remains smiling at SCP-8980. Suddenly, SCP-8980's eyes widen, and it stares down at the floor. Yeah. Oh. A challenge. A challenge, right? Yeah. It's a challenge. I can. Yeah. Yeah. SCP-8980 looks up and smiles at Dr. Crawford. Yeah. A challenge. Dr. Crawford nods cautiously. SCP-8980 quickly pulls itself to its feet. If you don't mind, could we cut this session short? I have some work I need to catch up on. Oh, certainly, dear. Are you sure you don't want to continue our conversation about Thanksgiving? No, I'm okay. Even if I'm stuck here for Thanksgiving, I have a feeling I'll see my family for Christmas. Following this exchange, SCP-8980 suddenly saw an extremely high level of productivity boost, reaching levels similar to its initial containment. Simultaneously, it did not experience any other changes to its depressive symptoms, often going extended periods without engaging in hygienic activities or socializing. Unnecessary detail. This detail is unnecessary. On December 9th, 2005, Dr. Bryant interviewed SCP-8980 to ascertain the source of this newfound productivity. It is unclear why Dr. Bryant conducted this interview, as at this time there was no reason to suspect SCP-8980 had any ulterior motives. SCP-8980 is seated in the secure interview room with a single masked guard behind it. It leans on the table staring ahead. Hello! Welcome in! It's our obelisk friend! Hello, hello! So many raids today! Yes, lots of SCP raids! Hello, Grim. I went off to do a little bit of reading in New York Times puzzles. Ooh! Puzzles! I love puzzles. Were they good? And what were you reading? I briefly saw you were reading something on the Twitter site, but I didn't remember the name of it. Was it good? I sort of crashed out at some point because the short story collection that I found at a bookstore was... Okay. I'm so sorry. Ficciones by George Luis Borges. Oh no. Oh. Well, hopefully you can find some fiction soon. Some better fiction. Better fiction. If you need to raid and run, or if you need to lurk and just kind of chill, that's completely fine. As you all know, or if you're new here, my name is Grimoire Index. I am the head librarian, custodian, and general love, laughter, and amazingness of the library Paradoxica. I am also a vampire. The first short story was Tion Abukar Orbis Tetris. The rest, I don't know. Oh, were we getting more Heart of Darkness stuff? Hi! SCP is pretty interesting. I need to read more of it. Well, stick around. Every Sunday we do SCP readings. And they're fun and light. Well, this one is actually quite heavy. But they're fun, and I do all the reading for you. Excuse me. That was waiting to come up. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. Alrighty. Now that I've greeted everyone and everyone is comfortable and tucked in, labyrinthine was the term I once heard someone used to describe his writing style. That should have been a warning that it was not for streaming. Oh no. 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 No, thank you. There is a reason. There is a reason why I will listen to Token, but I will not read Token. There is a reason. there is a reason why I that reasoning. Like, I would prefer to hear it as opposed to read it, because my eyes will start to glaze over after a certain point. And it's that is no fault of the writer. That is no fault of the writer. My eyes just go, oh, after hour 6. I was much better at that when I was younger. I used to crush books so much faster when I was younger. Oh my goodness. 900 word book, 9,000 pages. I'd crush that. I'd crush that in well, to be fair, I was a lot less social when I was younger. I would crush those 900 page books within a day before school. Oh man, reading is so good, guys. You should read a book more. Read more books. Yeah, I feel like my endurance for reading has gotten weaker as I've gotten older. Yeah, same. I used to read so many books. I used to be so hungry for knowledge. I mean, I'm hungry for knowledge partially because of the, elder being underneath the library. But I also miss that kind of reading that I was able to just do. Just to explore books. I think maybe this week I will take a trip to my local library and read some books there. I also used to read a lot of comic books as well. My uncles were really into Star Wars at the time, so I had the old Star Wars books to read, and the old what was it? X-Men, the old X-Men comics as well. Having a fatigued condition, it's quite hard to sit and read, either concentrating or often holding the damn thing up. Audiobooks are invaluable. Thank you so much, Dewey, for putting up the updating the RoboPro thing. I will definitely take care of that tonight. Thank you. All right, let's continue. So, by the way, we are reading SCP-8980. This one is dark, so if you can't handle that, or if you feel that it is too much, I completely understand. Unfortunately, I do not think we're going to have time to read the lighthearted one, because it is, honestly, I hope it's throwing Dr. Brines in a furnace. I hope it's that. Throw all the men in this organization in the furnace. So, throw all the men on Site 17 in the furnace right now. All the men in power on this particular site need to go into the furnace. And Dr. what is her name? Excuse me. Dr. Crawford can go too into the furnace. Like, I'm talking Mrs. Lovett's meat pies furnace. SCP-8980 is seated in the secure interviewing room, with a single masked guard behind it. It leans on the table, staring ahead, waiting for Dr. Bryans to enter. He enters the room at precisely 10 a.m. and sits across from SCP-8980. It glares at him, but it does not answer. It does not otherwise react. Beginning interview log. ID 8980 S12 with SCP-8980 at 10 a.m. 10:01 a.m. Good morning. What do you want? I've called for a special interview with you today because we've noticed your productivity has seen a sharp increase in recent days. SCP-8980 glances to the side. So? Dr. Bryan smiles. Well, the containment team has just been curious as to why you've had a sudden change of heart. Yeah, I'm sure Steele gives a single shit about me. Silence. Dr. Bryan stares at SCP-8980. I'm just feeling better, all right? My therapist has been really useful. Silence. SCP-8980. You were right, okay? I admit it. Therapy was helpful. Can I go? Well, despite your sudden productivity, we've noticed your depressive symptoms haven't changed much. It's not common for someone to get their act together without fixing the root cause. SCP-8980 scoffs. I plead the fifth. Joking is also quite out of character for you. SCP-8980 grits its teeth. The security guard behind it slightly raises its weapon. Can't a lady do her job? Can't a lady do her fucking job in peace? Why do you have to worm your way into every goddamn thing I do? Missing dialogue. It's unclear that Dr. Bryans failed to include this line of dialogue, if intentional. Silence. After several seconds, Dr. Bryans sighs and gets up. All right. This meeting is concluded. Thank you for your time. Thanks for wasting my time, asshole. Dr. Bryans ends the recording device and exits the room. SCP-8980 is escorted back to its cell shortly after. End log. Afterward, SCP-8980's sudden change in behavior has me questioning its motivations. We'll need to keep a closer eye on it for the foreseeable future. Dr. Bryans. SCP-8980's parapsychological counseling sessions has been deemed necessary for it to continue due to its persistent depressive symptoms. Incident 2. AEC Exploit and Aftermath. For several weeks following its increased productivity, SCP-8980 did not socialize outside of all routine interviews and counseling sessions. The anomaly worked overtime for several hours per day as well as on weekends when it was not assigned work. This activity was noted as strange by containment personnel. Dr. Bryans, though its sudden cease on December 22nd, 2005, when SCP-8980's productivity returned to normal. Though it experienced slightly fewer depressive symptoms, according to Dr. Crawford, its overall behavior was still considered abnormal. On January 6, 2006, Dr. Brines requested and information missing, failing to specify that the action requested de-emphasizes Dr. Brines' role in having the investigation performed. See the following annotation, and received permission from Site 17 Command Containment Oversight Committee. Passive voice. The use of passive voice obfuscates the origin of this action, which deflates the responsibility to an unspecified party. It is largely believed that the ethics community review team that, by this point, in SCP-8980's containment, this use of vague phrasing is largely intentional, even if prior infractions were incidental. To conduct a full audit of SCP-8980 and its containment area. SCP-8980 and its room were fully stripped and searched. Vague vernacular. This phrasing obfuscates the fact that SCP-8980 was forced to undergo a strict search, including invasive medical scans for potential hazardous materials on person. This was deemed grossly excessive by the Ethics Community Review Team and is in egregious violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct. After a careful 2-day audit of all of its belongings, investigative staff discovered that SCP-8980 had located and exploited an arbitrary code exception, ACE, in its remote work apparatus over the course of several weeks. This granted it full access to its former SCP-Net account, which granted it access to all of its limited SCP-Net utilities, such as intranet messaging systems, its secure foundational communication systems, and the SCP-8980 file itself. Throughout the latter half of December, SCP-8980 had been in direct contact with several members of Foundation staff and several Subvel individuals, especially its mother. Though the nature of these conversations did not violate any employee protocols, the fact that SCP-8980 was a contained anomaly made conversing with these individuals without express approval was expressly prohibited. All individuals who interacted with SCP-8980 were administered Class C amnestics. Class C amnestics are for targeting specific memories or concepts. Class C are administered through 2 injections. First, an initial primer, which places the subject in a hypnotic state to orally prime the target concepts or memories, and then a second, a catalyst, which erases correlated engrams. As SCP-8980 has abused Foundation accommodations to facilitate its rule-breaking behavior, consensus from the Oversight Committee has concluded that SCP-8980 must either undergo amnestic therapy or have its access to its remote work apparatus permanently revoked. Although SCP-8980 was against amnestic therapy, Dr. Crawford convinced SCP-8980 to voluntarily accept the treatment, insisting on its efficiency. Ethics Committee Memorandum. The following is a transcript of the video and audio recording of the anesthesia of SCP-8980. Although it's not present in the original file, nor should it have been, it is attached here for contextual and review purposes. Oh, this is about to be some shit. Buckle in, y'all. January 12th, 2006. Subject of investigation: Dr. Christopher Brines. Area of investigation: amnestization of SCP-8980. 8:42 a.m. SCP-8980's amnestologist arrives prior to the amnestization at 8:42 a.m. local alongside Christopher Brines, Dr. Christopher Brines. Dr. Brines initially mistakes the amnestologist for a nurse, even though she quickly corrects him. The two engage in a light conversation on and off for approximately 20 minutes while waiting for SCP-8980 to be escorted into the chamber. Neither appears to discuss anything of note. SCP-8980 is escorted into the amnestization lab by an armed guard. Its appearance, as described, is extremely disheveled. Its movements appear to be sluggish as it walks, likely from lethargy. SCP-8980 spots Dr. Brines, who stops talking upon making contact with SCP-8980. It immediately freezes. Oh God. SCP-8980 immediately begins to back away from the lab, but is pushed back by the guard behind it. It stumbles to the ground, prompting a laugh from Dr. Brines. The amnestologist doesn't react. Not like this. Not like this. SCP-8980 spends several seconds trying to crawl away or stand up, neither of which are effective. In short order, it lies on the ground unmoving, before making eye contact with the amnestologist. She looks away and clears its throat. I understand this is a bit of a scary process, but trust me, it'll be over before you realize it. I've done this countless times. I'm a professional. No accidents in 10 years. After several seconds of hesitating, SCP-8980 slowly gets back on its feet and points at Dr. Brines while staring at the amnestologist. Why is he here? Well, I'm required to oversee your amnestization as per the Foundation's Code of Conduct. I'm just here to provide the list of targeted engrams for the new, nice doctor here. Yes, doctor. To SCP-8980. The procedure for C-Class amnestics involved a primer load injector, where we will specify the target memories to excise through a hypnotic fugue state, and then a second injection, which will actually do all the erasing. Since amnestics involve confidential information, he needs to be the one to prime you. You just need to simplify it for her. She's a computer technician, not a neurologist. With all due respect, Doctor, neither are you. To SCP-8980, I will be in the room the whole time, okay? This whole session is recorded, so there's no need for any dramatics. SCP-8980 glances between Dr. Brines and the amnestologist repeatedly. It slowly begins to back up. I can't do this. I can't do this. Don't. SCP-8980 begins to turn and running for the door. It is quickly intercepted by the guard, who initially brought SCP-8980, causing it to stumble and fall. The guard begins to drag SCP-8980 towards the amnestation station, which causes SCP-8980 to begin screaming uncontrollably. The amnestologist covers her ears in irritation. Dr. Brine does nothing but watch. The guard secures SCP-8980 to an empty amnestics injection table. SCP-8980 writhes in place, still screaming. After several seconds, the amnestologist walks towards 8980, which prompts it to stop screaming. I promise. It'll be quick. Okay? No harm, no foul. Alright? Don't let him. Don't let him. Can you begin the procedure? I have an appointment at 9:30. SCP-8980 begins sobbing again. Leave me. Leave me alone. The anesthetologist begins to sterilize the anesthesiologist begins to sterilize SCP-8980's arms for injection, causing SCP-8980 to tense its arm in fear. She spends several seconds attempting to relax it. To surprising success, SCP-8980 stops thrashing in apparent defeat, gasping and sobbing without coherency. The anesthesiologist begins application of the local anesthetic. Alright, that should fully kick in about 2 or 3 minutes. SCP-8980 makes eye contact with the anesthesiologist. Upon seeing her expression, she stops moving and walks back. Please. Please don't do this to me. You don't know who he is. Please help me. Please let me out. Dr. Brines does not react, but watches the pair. Oh, adds in one. Thank you. That's why you get paid the big bucks. Thank you so much for letting me know. I was getting ready to go for the Oscar. I was ready. Where's my Oscar? Right now. Oh man. This is so messed up. Like, hold on, did no one, hold on. Like, no one, like, even if she had done that, right? Does it not, even if she had done that, right? Does that not completely disprove everything that Dr. Brines had done? Like, is nobody using their brains? Like, there comes a point when I know what happens and it still ties my stomach in knots. Yeah, like, I'm just thinking, like, if she had truly done that and no one was reporting any outages, nothing bad was happening, it makes you think that somebody might be lying. But I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'm just saying, the guillotine is a good. Can we just give them to Abel? How about we give him like a 5 minutes with Abel? 5 minutes with Abel. That's all I ask. Or the croc thing. Give him like 5 minutes with the croc thing. Let him look at a picture of that one guy. That one scary old man. Feed him to 682. Put him in the water where you don't see the bodies. Put him in that water. Just throw him in there. play like the worst dad jokes possible and have the tomatoes be thrown at him for the next like year of his life. The last SCP-001 I read feels appropriate too. Listen, we need like the wheel, the rack. He needs to suffer terribly. Like, I'm talking thorn implanted like under the dermal layer of the flesh. I hate this dude. Like, how dare a woman be smart in your presence? Oh my gosh, that is so terrible. And nobody thought. Nobody checked on her. Nobody thought. Ugh. Ugh. This is so evil. It's so evil. I hope you all are enjoying today and enjoying the suffering alongside me. We suffer together. If you weren't here before, I have a couple of things planned within plans. I have a couple of things planned for, May. I have a couple of things planned for May the 5th. Remember that day, May the 5th. As we get closer to that day, you'll see more of what I'm talking about. And hopefully your other surprise will be ready. Now, this surprise is more for the Patreon people, and they know what I mean when I say that. But it is technically for both of you. Soon, this will be a thing of the past. That's another hint for you. Hold on, let me do the double blink thing. That'll be a hint for the past. But I do like this kind of format, but I wanted to do something a little bit more intimate, if you get my gist. Let's continue, shall we? Dr. Brines does not react, but watches the pair. The anesthesiologist glances at Blinds, but quickly pulls away from SCP-8980. Look, ma'am, I'm just doing my job. I'm not going to get involved in this. Take it up with the ethics community or something. The ethics committee or something. They won't listen. Please. SCP-8980 strains against its restraints. The anesthesiologist glances at Dr. Brines again. He crosses his arms and stares at her. She turns back to SCP-8980. I'm not going to risk my career over a stranger. Sorry. SCP-8980 falls back and stares ahead, crying silently. Dr. Brines pulls out his mobile device, in violation of his own protocol involving SCP-8980, though quickly puts it away, as it appears not to turn on. Several minutes pass in silence, only broken by SCP-8980's sobs and the occasional grunt by the present guard. The amnestologist prepares the primer shot for the amnestic administration, probably due to SCP-8980's uncooperation. She opts to include a quick-acting light sedative agent in accordance to amnestic guidelines. After providing all the material, she approaches SCP-8980, sterilizes the injection site once again. SCP-8980 begins hyperventilating and struggling again. Dr. Brines watches in silence. The anesthesiologist begins the injection, and SCP-8980 begins screaming. The anesthesiologist ignores it. 9:17. The anesthesiologist finishes and pulls the empty injection from SCP-8980. SCP-8980 stops struggling, but is still visibly shaking and crying. There, all done. To Dr. Bryans. It'll take a few moments until she's ready for priming. You shouldn't say anything you shouldn't say anything once she's ready. Until we're done. Because it could have some nasty side effects. That means absolute silence. If you say anything besides the primers, we have to let the shot wear off and reschedule. Got it? Understood. Anesthesiologist. Good. I'll let you know when she's ready with a thumbs up. SCP-8980 spends several minutes shivering and sobbing as the shot begins to take effect. Dr. Bryans watches SCP-8980 in silence, while the anesthesiologist files relevant paperwork. As the primer begins to spread through SCP-8980, it redoubles its effort to push against its restraints. However, its left arm is completely paralyzed. Its speech heavily slurs. SCP-8980's mouth begins to twitch incontrollably, while it glances wildly around the room. Its ability to move its other arms and legs quickly fades, as SCP-8980's thrashing and shivering slowly ceases. 9:26. After several additional minutes of the agent spreading throughout its body, SCP-8980 is rendered completely immobile, only able to breathe lightly and control its eyes. Its jaw is slapped open, saliva begins to drip down the side of its mouth as its eyes unfocus and refocus repeatedly, still glancing wildly around in terror. The anesthesiologist checks her watch and then glances at SCP-8980. She motions a thumbs up to Dr. Bryans, though he doesn't notice it at first as he's watching SCP-8980 without expression. Irritated, the anesthesiologist gets up and walks over to Dr. Bryans, who jerks up suddenly when he spots her approaching. She stops and gives him a thumbs up, which prompts Dr. Bryans to approach SCP-8980. Its eyes slowly focus on him. The anesthesiologist puts on her Foundation-grade earmuffs to make sure that she is not exposed to classified information. As per the standard protocol, SCP-8980 appears to notice this, and its mouth begins to twitch repeatedly. The anesthesiologist watches in silence. Dr. Bryans pulls out a piece of paper, presumably a refresher on administering amnestic primers, and begins to prime SCP-8980 for anesthesia. He smiles. Memory. Performing arbitrary code execution, exploit, and containment. SCP-8980's left eye spasm. Concept. Arbitrary code execution exploits. SCP-8980's mouth twitches. Its eyes dart to the anesthesiologist. The anesthesiologist watches in disinterest. It repeatedly attempts to vocalize, but it makes no coherent sound besides low grunts and moans. Memory. Contact with your coworkers during containment. SCP-8980 does not have any sudden reactions, though its eyes met with Dr. Bryans again. Dr. Bryans looks down towards the paper he's holding again. Memory. Contact with your mother during containment. SCP-8980's right arm twitches repeatedly. SCP-8980's eyes dart around the room, panicked. After several seconds, SCP-8980's eyes begin to leak tears, which slowly drain to mix with the saliva building on its chin. Dr. Bryans spends several minutes reading the paper he is holding. Concept: using your remote work apparatus to breach containment. SCP-8980's mouth twitches again, momentarily. It begins moaning for a few seconds, fully attempting to vocalize. After several seconds with no activity, Dr. Bryans looks up and makes direct eye contact with SCP-8980. He holds its gaze, its eyes widen, and it immediately stops making sounds. Dr. Bryans looks sideways towards the recording device, and then heads back to the anesthetologist, who largely does not react. He then turns back to the anomaly. Dr. Bryans leans directly above SCP-8980, close enough that his face is inches from SCP-8980. Its jaw begins to spasm. Neither of them break eye contact, so SCP-8980's breathing becomes extremely labored. After several moments of silence, Dr. Bryans smiles, then speaks. Concept. One moment. Concept. Data. The video and audio feeds severely distort for several seconds. SCP-8980 is violently spasming. Its eyes are entirely in focus. Its breathing is highly irregular. Dr. Bryans is no longer leading. The anesthetologist jerks up and instinctively reaches for her earmuffs. However, after looking towards and remembering the recording device, she hesitantly puts her hand down again. SCP-8980 returns to an inert state after several seconds, though its mouth continuously twitches, and it continually moans loudly. Dr. Bryans turns towards the anesthetologist and gives her a thumbs up, signifying the priming phase is complete. The anesthetologist gets up and begins to prepare the second injection, including sterilizing SCP-8980's arm again. SCP-8980 appears to recuperate from the sudden spasm as its eyes refocus, and it begins crying more intensely, making direct contact with Dr. Bryans despite him now looking away. The anesthetologist begins preparing the second shot and approaches SCP-8980 hesitantly. As she bends down to administer the catalyst shot, the anesthetologist locks eyes with SCP-8980, whose gaze now stares directly at her. Her mouth twitches intensely. She looks back at Dr. Bryans, who nods sternly. She sighs. The anesthetologist injects 8980 with the catalyst. 9:30. SCP-8980's mouth stops twitching. As the amnestic activates, SCP-8980 consciousness slowly fades, causing her eyes to completely unfocus, and its head to fall limp. The anesthetologist sighs again. "All right, it's done now. She should wake up in a few hours." "Thank you, Doctor." Silence. The guard begins to remove SCP-8980's restraints, as Dr. Bryans and the anesthetologist stare at each other. "If I may, what caused her to—" "That information is strictly classified." Dr. Bryans glances at his watch. "I'm late for my appointment because of how long you took, so I'll be leaving. The guard will handle the anomaly. Have a nice day." Dr. Bryans exits the room as the guard finishes unbinding SCP-8980. The guard picks up 8980's limp body and throws it over their shoulder and exits the room. The anesthetologist does not first react, but in short order snaps herself to attention and begins to pack the things. As the anesthetologist finishes, she glances at the recording device. She shudders. she scratches a discolored patch on her arms, and then she exits the room. A full dissection of Dr. Brown's action is attached at the end of this review, and as such will not be discussed in depth here. Nevertheless, it is clear that Dr. Brown abused the protections assigned to head researcher position to purposely amnesticize SCP-8980 of non-essential concepts and memories. The effects of this can be seen in the following SCP-8980 log file. The one instance of this at timestamp 9/28/53 appears to have been corrupted beyond restoration. This effect is believed to be caused by SCP-8980's anomalous capabilities, though this is the first and only time a recorder has been directly affected by the anomaly. The anesthesiologist, whose identity has been purposely obfuscated by the review team due to complete code of conduct compliance, was later identified and interviewed. This unfortunately did not yield significant results, as it revealed that she has been chronically abusing amnestics on herself to erase her own traumatic memories. Nevertheless, she was able to point out that she submitted a complaint to the Office of Site-17 Ethics Committee Liaison a day after the incident, though the report was not received as the position was vacant at the time. The identity of the guard, though wearing scramble equipment in according with Foundation guidelines, was requested from SCP Site-17 administration, as information may possibly be gleaned from them. Although Site-17 administration complied with the request, subsequent investigations show that the guard, Geraldo H. Rodriguez, a then 36-year-old male, was killed in a containment breach in 2013. Although the Ethics Committee obtained a warrant to search his belongings from the Old Fight Council, no evidence relevant to the case has been found. The corrupted concept erased by Dr. Brines could not be retrieved by the Ethics Committee review team. Post-amnestation depression. Following SCP-8980's amnestation, its mental state significantly deteriorated to the point of it not fulfilling its quotas, nor responding to any work inquiries. In response, SCP-8980 was required to attend its parapsychological counseling on a bi-weekly basis. Vague vernacular could imply Anomaly is required to attend counseling once every 2 weeks. Twice weekly should be used instead. Of note is that later in SCP-8980's containment, this vernacular was confirmed to be misinterpreted by containment personnel. Though these sessions did little to alleviate its symptoms, despite Dr. Crawford's best effort. Dr. Crawford made another breakthrough on January the 16th, 2006. SCP-8980 is laying in the velvet chair unmoving. It stares ahead at the ceiling and does nothing to acknowledge Dr. Crawford at all. Its breathing is light. Ah, here we go. Dr. Crawford spends several minutes reading the recent report on SCP-8980, her expression growing grave. This should have been performed prior to the session. Oh dear. Dr. Crawford looks toward the anomaly. The amnestics got you down, huh? SCP-8980 slightly turns its head towards Dr. Crawford, acknowledging the comment. Dr. Crawford momentarily hums. I remember my first time with amnestics. Dr. Crawford waits briefly for SCP-8980 to comment. It does not. Of course, I don't remember exactly what I saw, but it must have been horrifying. I walked up to that amnestics table and practically injected myself. SCP-8980 does not reply. But it turns its head away. Dr. Crawford frowns. Well, I can imagine it wasn't so pleasant for you. It was voluntary, wasn't it? SCP-8980's face briefly appears to contort, but it doesn't react otherwise. Dear, if you keep your emotions locked in all the time, you'll just end up exploding. You need to open up about what's bothering you so. You can trust me, same as you can any other old lady. SCP-8980 shivers, and its eyes widen. He. SCP-8980 pauses, then shivers again. He took something from me. He being Brian's again? SCP-8980's voice appears to catch in its throat, so it nods instead. Dr. Crawford sighs. If you keep blaming your problems on that man, you'll never be able to overcome this victim mentality you've built up for yourself. SCP-8980 does not respond. Often I hear, in my line of work, that some realities benders torment themselves for their anomalous abilities subconsciously because they believe they deserve punishment. They find ways to make their own lives miserable. SCP-8980's eyes widen. I'm not. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I know you're not. They tested you for that, right? SCP-8980 nods. I was just bringing it up because, well, sometimes the fault does lie within, and it's a difficult truth to swallow. But rarely does stuff happen that we truly can't help. SCP-8980 shivers again. Well, you were amnesticized because you tried to breach containment, weren't you? SCP-8980's eyes unfocus momentarily. It lightly shakes its head in confusion. I don't remember. Dr. Crawford looks down and reads the briefing again. She audibly sighs, which makes SCP-8980 flinch. I'm sure you could eventually argue for lighter restrictions if you practice more restraint. Knowing when to shut my mouth is where I got where I am now. Sometimes you need to just turn the other cheek, as they say, even if you know you're right. Only then will you be able to get ahead. SCP-8980 does not reply, though tears begin to stream down its face. Dr. Crawford looks up. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. I was just getting too personal there. SCP-8980 does not respond. Dr. Crawford glances at the clock. I hate to do this to you, sweetie, but our time is coming to an end for today. It pains me to break it off at such an emotional moment, but I have other clients that surely need me too. The Foundation can be a cruel place for all of us. SCP-8980 does not respond. Dr. Crawford sighs, and then lightly chuckles. I suppose our emotional little brains are just like the Foundation itself, no? No matter how hard of a job we do, there's always work to be done. Dr. Crawford gets up to close the session until she sees SCP-8980's expression, which stops her. SCP-8980's eyes are wide, and its mouth hangs open. There's always work to be done. Following this session, SCP-8980's productivity increases to perfectly match its quota. Its depressive symptoms, however, have only appeared to increase, as it spends no time on entertainment or socialization, opting to stay in the bed for the remainder of the day. Nevertheless, Dr. Crawford was commended. Passive voice obscures the origin of the commendation, which was Site 17's Containment Oversight Committee, for her contribution towards improving SCP-8980's productivity, despite shortcomings. Ethics Committee Memorandum. The following video was obtained from Site 17's Deepwell archive. It is not present in the original file, but it is presented without comment in its chronological context. March 10th, 2006. Subject of investigation, Dr. Christopher Bynes. Area of investigation, undisclosed meeting with SCP-8980. Begin transcript. SCP-8980 is sitting in the chair in its containment chamber. It is slumped forward, staring directly at the floor, in the direction of the room's entrance. The door to the chamber opens, and Dr. Bynes enters the room. SCP-8980 does not react, continuing to stare at the floor. Dr. Bynes spends several seconds closing the door behind him, then turns around to face SCP-8980. He spends a few seconds watching her silently. "I'm sorry I'm a few days late. You know how traffic can be." SCP-8980 does not respond. "You were the one who requested to meet with me. You should be grateful I'm even giving you the time of day, especially on your terms. You should know I got a taser on me, so if you try any shit this time, it will hurt." SCP-8980 does not respond. Dr. Bynes crosses his arms in frustration. "If wasting my time is your idea of petty revenge, then you and I know that I could do a lot worse than..." SCP-8980 takes a deep, racking sigh, causing Dr. Bynes to fall silent. You... SCP-8980 begins to cry silently. You... SCP-89's breathing quickens, and it begins to shiver. Dr. Bynes reaches for his taser. SCP-8980 looks up at Dr. Bynes. You win." Dr. Bynes doesn't react. SCP-8980 begins to breathe quickly, waiting several seconds before lowering its gaze. "You win, okay?" Dr. Bynes does not react. SCP-8980's sobs increase in intensity. "I'll do anything you want. Please. Just let me go back to how it was." Dr. Bynes removes his hand from his taser. SCP-8980 looks up at him, pleading. "I'll give you everything I own, all of it. You can have everything in my bank account. In all of my room, I'll draw out loans for you that I can't pay back. I'll give you my paycheck. Everything." Dr. Bynes does not react. I'll work on whatever assignment you give me. I'll let you take credit for all my papers. I'll be your secretary. I'll bring you your morning coffee. I'll make you sandwiches. I'll lick your shoes. Dr. Rhines does not react. SCP 8980 watches his expression fervently for any emotion. After several seconds, SCP-8980 sobs and lowers its gaze. I'll even sleep with you. Please. Dr. Rhines does not react initially, but slowly begins to smile. SCP-8980 looks up hopeful at him, though his expression begins to fall, as Dr. Rhines says nothing in response. Please. Dr. Rhines begins to laugh. He laughs loudly for several seconds, gripping his stomach and bending over at the waist. SCP-8980 falls off its chair and begins to back away in fear. After nearly 30 seconds of laughing, Dr. Rhines recomposes himself, wiping a tear from his eye. That's hilarious. Hearing you say those words shows how pathetic you become. How pathetic you've always were. And of course, the ads have to start as soon as this dude is getting ready to start his villain monologue. I'm mad as hell. Hold on. Pause those ads. Dr. Rhines walks towards SCP-8980. It crawls back, attempting to distance itself from him as he approaches. Its back hits the wall. Dr. Rhines stands in front of it and crouches to meet its eye level. SCP-8980 shivers and attempts to speak, but it can't. You don't really get it, do you? Silence. If I wanted to fuck you, I would have done it by now. Silence. Dr. Rhines smiles. I already have everything I could want from you. Dr. Rhines gets up without further comment. SCP-8980 stares blankly ahead, weeping as it does. Dr. Rhines walks towards the containment door. Dr. Rhines stops and then glances back. Happy first anniversary, Lillian. Here's to many more. Dr. Rhines smiles smugly to himself, then exits the chamber. After an hour and a half of no activity, the remote work apparatus in SCP-8980's chamber prints its workday schedule. SCP-8980 slowly lifts itself off the floor and gets ready for work. Addendum 10. Neutralization. On December 12, 2014, head researcher Christopher Rhines chose to retire. As per Foundation succession standards, Dr. Morgan Farrell assumed the role of head researcher on SCP-8980 on December 15th of that year. On January 5th, 2015, Dr. Farrell conducted SCP-8980's routinely yearly testing as per special containment procedures. After several rounds of testing, Dr. McFarrell discovered that SCP-8980 possessed none of its stated anomalous properties. It was confirmed after several continuous additional rounds of testing. By January 18th, 2015, Dr. McFarrell conducted an interview with SCP-8980. During the duration of the interview, he noted that the entity possessed alarming features, including extreme apathy, severe technophobia, and a lack of social awareness. After spending several days confirming that SCP-8980 was directly and indirectly subject to long-term abuse and negligence, Dr. McFarrell filed a formal ethics committee complaint regarding the treatment of SCP-8980 under Dr. Christopher Bryans. After obtaining a warrant of investigation from the O5 Council, a formal investigation was launched on January 14, 2015. As of January 19, 2015, SCP-8980 began rehabilitation and reintegration into wider Foundation workplace under the supervision from Dr. Morgan McFarrell. SCP-8980 is pending reclassification to neutralized. End of document. Loading attachment. I guess we're gonna have to sit through those ambience, and then we will read. I think this is the last thing, right? Or we got some more? Oh, we got some more. Oh boy. This is a long one. This is long. Long, man. But, I hope you all are enjoying it. I think we're only going to read the first one tonight, and then we'll read the other one tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but, you know. Next SCP Sunday. It's a long one, and not a single sentence is padding AML. Yes, it is. It is very long. Also, ads are starting in 39 seconds. So, if you want to skip the ads, consider becoming a ghoul, ghast, or ghost. And, yeah. You get to skip the ads and get to participate in this small little discussion. Do not worry, though, we don't read the story while the ads are playing. Or, if you like, you can hop over to YouTube. It's, you get to watch one round of it, and you get to also participate in the discussion because you can see it at the top. Either way, oh, this has been horrifying, man. It's just the worst. He got to retire! Oh, the world is unfair. It's like bleak shit. Bleak. He got to retire. As I said, easily one of the best on the whole site. I agree with you. These 4 hours have been a wild ride. Just gut punch after gut punch after gut. I felt like I was just getting beat up. I was blue and bloodied, and oh, it was not great. Hold on, where is it? Hold on, I can redeem that. I was getting beat up. Just Whew. It has been a dark day. You want to know the worst things? The author has said this is partially based on real life events of how others, of both others and in her own life. And the thing is I believe her. I believe her. That's because it happened. It really does happen. It really does happen. Just evil. They need to put his spirit in like a wish jar or something. Just, oh man, I am so angry. This feels like that one day that I learned that, he got to retire. This should be the Class D demotion. No, he needs to be class in the ground. Class under the dirt. No, he needs to be Class D, but we need to make him immortal. Forever. So he can be Class D forever. And then stick him on that staircase. He needs to live through the end of the world. That's what I want. It's so dark in here. I can't see. Oh, have you guys heard it's so dark in here, I can't hear you. Yeah, it's just the sheer amount of sadness I feel. I genuinely forgot how long this one. I'm sorry that the next one's gonna have to wait. It is completely okay. Next time, do not worry, you guys. We will keep going. I think I'm gonna stop it at 5 hours. So once we get to 5, we're gonna stop and raid into someone else. So prepare yourself, everybody. SCP-8980's Investigation Summary. May 5th, 2015. Results presented by Ronald Roberts, leader, Linda M.N. Brown, Flora Marianos, and Amber H. Goldstein. The prior document has been fully reviewed and annotated as of May 4th, 2015. It is presented in full for contextual purposes. Based on both SCP-8980's documentation and external resources found by the review team, it is clear that Dr. Christopher Grimes engaged in severe and deliberate abuse of anomaly over an extended period of time, though an extensive full list of irrefutable violations consists of the following: misuse of position to extort and manipulate and otherwise negatively affect one of the members of Foundation staff. Failure to recuse himself from sensitive matters in which he has clear conflicts of interest. Misuse of official documents to present false or inaccurate information. Intentional obfuscation of details in official documents. Misuse of anomaly. Sexual abuse of anomaly, gross negligence of anomaly, extreme testing of a sentient anomaly, deliberate intimidation of anomaly, public disclosure of private information of an anomaly, gross misuse of amnestics, violation of prior ethics committee stop order. Although these violations alone are egregious and numerous, they likely do not represent the full breadth of infractions committed by Dr. Grimes. As severe as one could not be proven, and further violations were likely committed in the containment of other anomalies. Though the review team has attempted to identify the full scope and scale of Dr. Brin's infractions, this investigation has largely been impeded by Site-17 administration noncompliance and the O5 Council unwillingness to expand its investigative warrant. Unfortunately, Dr. Bryans cannot be sentenced due to the ethical post-amnestation punishment ruling by the O5 Council in 1995. Dr. Bryans cannot be punished for his actions taken prior to major amnestation, as he would not be able to remember committing them. Dr. Rachel Steele was found to be in violation of Foundation Code of Conduct, particularly Chapter 2, Section 241, concerning gross negligence of anomaly. As she was not the head researcher and did not possess prior infringements on her record, the review team recommends the standard escalation of docking 1 week's pay, as well as requiring 3 months of remedial therapy. Although Dr. Morgan Farrell was found to be in violation of the Foundation Code of Conduct, similar to Dr. Steele, it is the consensus of the review team, 204, that Dr. Farrell should not receive an infringement on his record. Dr. Nadine Crawford has already been removed by the Foundation staff. For more information, please consult case ID 07082012992T. As a result, SCP 8980 review team would like to make the following recommendation for further Ethics Committee proposals to rectify this case. 1. Provide monetary compensation for SCP 8980 for the abuse it suffered under Dr. Christian Bryans. Provide free parapsychological counseling to SCP 8980 for its remainder of its tenure at the Foundation. Request for the Fire Suppression Department to soft monitor SCP-8980 to properly reintegrate it back into Foundation work environment. Additionally, for some structural changes will be beneficial to propose to the wider Foundation as Foundation motions. File a Foundation motion to require Ethics Committee review of any staff member who wishes to undergo amnestic therapy upon retirement. File a motion to expand the ability for the Ethics Committee to promote liaisons to a site without the site director's approval. Request for an investigative warrant of the O5 Council to investigate all of Site-17's administrations. All further requests and questions to be forwarded to the review team liaison lead, Ronald Roberts. Chairman Odongo Tijani, May 5th, 2015. 1 a.m. Thank you for your invaluable efforts in this case, Roberts. You and your team have done us an immense service by presenting such a thorough case to our committee. All of the suggested Ethics Committee protocols have passed the initial Ethics Committee review processes and will each be voted on accordingly. Foundation motions will be put up to vote for next annual intercommittee council session, and should they be approved by the Ethics Committee as a whole. All 3 Ethics Committee proposals presented by the review team have passed. Proposal 1, that was 62 to 4. A separate vote decided in favor of allotment of $470,000 $470,000 as opposed to the standard in similar cases. Primarily concerned raised is the recent budget deficit and low profile of the case. Proposal 2. This is the standard practice. Voting against raised concerns that SCP-8980's experience with Dr. Crawford may result in additional traumatizing experience for it. Proposal 3. was largely irrelevant. The Fire Suppression Department was already monitoring SCP 8980's case for several years. All action taken by FSD has been reviewed and deemed within specified ethical limits. Foundation's motions 1 and 3 have passed. However, motion 2 has been rejected, 33 to 34, as opposition cite concerns that this policy may disrupt power balances between the O5 Council, the Ethics Committee, and the Site Directors Committee, unnecessary inflaming tensions across the Foundation. I'm now adding an additional comment to the thread to indicate my previously mentioned Foundation motions were filed for vote this year at this year's Foundation Committee conference. The result of the vote are as follows. Motion 1, denied. O5 Council majority opinion expressed approval for the amendment, citing no concern. Site Directors Committee majority opinion expressed disapproval for the amendment, claiming that the motion was an effort by the ethics community to take power from the site directors. Motion 2. Minority opinion expressed interest in ensuring that Site 17 was fully complying with the ethical guidelines of the Foundation. Majority opinion commented that Site 17 is doing its job as intended. Unfortunately, it seems our hands are tied once again. I will be keeping this case open indefinitely. In the future event any progress is made in investigating any of Dr. Bryan's other activities. I want to once again extend my gratitude to our incredible review team for their hard work for bringing this case to light. Your efforts are invaluable in keeping the Foundation a safe place, and your work is incredibly appreciated. This thread has automatically been soft-locked for 2 years. Please consult your superior to have this thread unlocked. Scanning for additional local files. Loading one local file. From MMC Farrell at Site 17 to F. Marinos, Site 17. Subject: Rehabilitation Status Update. November 3rd, 2017. Good afternoon, Flora. I wish I could say I've made more progress on Lillian's rehabilitation, but this last month hasn't been too kind on her. At least, I have a few new things to report. First, the new program you recommended for counseling wasn't as effective. 2 minutes in, and she's already immediately suffered another panic attack. And the second go-around was even worse. At this pleasant rate, we're going to run out of therapists. New therapists at 17 in about a month. Long distance is practically infeasible until we can stabilize her technophobia enough for her to get on a computer for more than an hour at a time. In terms of work, she's pretty much incapable of doing anything productive. I can't blame her for this one. Doing a division's worth of labor for a third of your life will certainly burn you out. But I can't get Director Thompson off my case unless her work gets done, so I've bitten the bullet and just started doing her work for her. It's absolutely agonizing to have to work overtime every single day, but I can't really do much about it. Dr. Graham's already denied my transfer request, but at least I get overtime pay. Finally, her condition in general. She's still mostly the same, but I've made a little bit of progress. For one, she's finally stopped compulsively calling me sir. It was funny at first, but it got really weird quick, so I'm glad we can finally move past that. The random bouts of screaming haven't stopped, though. Neither has her tendency to stare at me while I sleep, but they've only become less frequent. If there's any hope for progress, it's in that, though. If we're only seeing this kind of progress 2 years in, we've still got a long ways to go. I wouldn't dare tell anyone else this, but I think I'm really starting to resent her, Flora. I would have been de facto co-opted in the fact of her being a full-time caretaker. And frankly, she's being a real pain in my ass. Being between doing her work and her chores and dealing with her several neuroses day in and day, all day, every day. She's completely worn me down to the point where I can't even respect her as a person anymore, much less as a coworker. I hate to say it, but I'm honestly this close to just calling it quits and letting her rot. I can't do this. Something's gotta give. Sending this email is probably the dumbest thing I'll ever do in my career. But I really needed to get this off my chest. I know you said the committee's hands are tied, but if there's anything you can do, please help me out of here. I don't know how much longer I can handle this psychotic woman. With regards, Dr. Morgan Farrell. No documents found. You are now logged out. Have a nice day. Liaison. Marinos. Put a bit in that name. Yeah, I remember. And that was SCP-8980. Yeah. She... Only 400 bands for that? What about her family? Her family hasn't seen her in several years. And the fact that they had to still have her doing work. That's crazy. The fact that they didn't hire... The fact that Site-17 didn't hire anybody else to try and, like, stymie the work. Yeah, nothing fundamentally changed, and Lily got nothing resembling justice. She got, like, $2 worth of compensation. Her mind is forever scrambled. Looking like green eggs and ham. Yeah, and he's gonna abandon her. It's crazy. So, tonight, we end our stream. Despite me really not wanting to, despite me really wanting to read, you know, the upside of this, it's okay. We'll read it next time. Next Sunday. Be here. And we'll read it together, okay? Thank you all so much for coming today. It was lovely to be here and experience bleak bureaucracy. Thank you for reading. You are quite welcome. My heart is broken. My heart is so broken, man. It hurts so much. Like the all around me are familiar faces. Like that is literally playing in my head. The sound of silence is just like, oh. It's so dark. It's so dark. It's ah. But that's all for tonight. Thank you all for coming. Let's find you somewhere warm to rest, shall we? Maybe we could find someone having a good time. Something warm, fuzzy. Hmm? Oh wow. Let's see. I'm trying to find someone to raid. Yeah. I think we'll just call it oh wait, this person looks kinda cool. Alright. Hopefully they're talking about something nice. Are you ready to raid? Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for experiencing that with me. Now, get some rest.
I went to listening to a bunch of DNA song and I stumbled upon this one and I thought, hey, that's actually gonna be nice to put as my, just chatting. Just chatting! Meow meow meow. Ah! I got raided. Hi, Grimoire Index. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello,
Alright,
welcome.
good night.